Hey everybody, it's GobletX and welcome back to some more Magic Arena. Today I'll be playing the February 2023 Qualifier Weekend event. This is going to be Phyrexia, all will be one sealed. It will be best of 3 rounds of Magic, and we will be playing until we hit 7 best of 3 round wins, or only 2 best of 3 losses. So pretty hard to try to make it to day 2. We're still going to do our absolute best here, and the awesome thing is no matter what happens, we will be leaving with some amount of gems. Pretty solid amount of gems as long as we get 1 or more wins here, and it escalates pretty quickly here, so definitely going to be competing to leave with as many gems as possible, and if we're lucky, get into that day 2 event, get another very nice competitive Phyrexia all will be one sealed video coming to you all tomorrow. So we'll see how we do. Hopefully we get a pretty nice sealed pool and compete to the best of our ability, but we'll see what happens as we open up our packs and see what we're playing with today. Alright, definitely not the worst rares we've ever gotten. One of these is incredibly powerful, the Bloated Contaminator, a 3-mana 4/4 trample with Toxic 1 that proliferates whenever it damages a player. Basically makes it a 3-mana 4/4 trample Toxic 2 at worst. We also have Drivnod probably being the second best rare. What I really don't like about this is that 3 toughness, making it trade down into 3 power creatures or Volt Charge style removal. That being said, its ability to get an indestructible counter can be used at instant speed and can be paid for with just 4 life instead of 2 mana. So if you have 3 creature cards in your graveyard when you draw your Drivnod, when you cast your Drivnod, it can kind of get around that weak toughness by getting that indestructible counter. So still can be pretty good, but out of all of the Dominuses, this is the one that kind of needs that indestructible counter the most. So not super pumped about that. Do like Tekkathol quite a bit. 4 mana for a 3/5 flyer, already just a solid body. And it also lets you double up your proliferates, which ends up mattering a little more frequently than doubling up your death triggers like Drivnod. And this is another one that's pretty easy to get the indestructible counter. If we have some charge counters, well, specifically oil counters in this format, on some of our random permanents, we can remove those and give this an indestructible counter. So Tekkathol also probably pretty great. Ovika is a very powerful card, but a 7 mana card, so it's going to be the hardest one to cast consistently in gameplay. We will have games that end before we make it to 7 mana. This format is really aggressive, especially in draft, so I pretty much would not draft or take Ovika very highly in the draft format, but in sealed I think Ovika is definitely playable as your one big late game card. And last but not least, well, kind of is least, Red Sun's Twilight here. This is a sideboard kind of card. There are a lot of artifact creatures in the format, some non-creature artifacts, some stuff you can blow up with this, but it's not going to be consistent enough to run in the main deck, so we'll just have it in the sideboard as an option later. Our actual least is Blackcleave Cliffs. It's just a dual land, the kind of thing you can usually get at common. So check out all our individual colors and see what kind of synergies we have there. First and foremost, I like looking at my multicolored and colorless cards to see if we have any signpost uncommons that show us good synergies in our sealed pool. We just have Charforger, which is a pretty solid card, but not really a build around in any way. The idea is just as creatures are dying, you're getting a good amount of value with these oil counters you can use to potentially draw additional cards. So not the most exciting thing there. When we look at our color list, this is actually pretty interesting and could affect the way that we build our deck. We have a Terramorphic Expanse and 2 Prophetic Prisms for excellent mana fixing. These are both pretty great in sealed, little slow in draft, but I think they're super playable in the sealed format. We also have 2 Phyrexian Atlases for mana fixing as well. Little slower, weaker than the other 2 pieces of fixing, but if we really want to go splashy here, we've got the mana fixing to do so that is great to know. Also have a bunch of Skull Bombs. These are all just fine, not really leading us in any direction or anything, but cool to keep in mind. The main thing we want to consider here is double Prophetic Prism and Terramorphic if we see decent overlap to try to go for some kind of 3-color pile or 2-color splashing a third. So let's check out all our individual colors here. starting with white. Oops, forgot my T on the equip there. All right, so what do we have in white? We have 0 removal spells, it looks like, so that's already a pretty big downside. This is a bomb-heavy sealed format. I have done quite a bit of practice over on the Twitch channel. If you want to check out the link in the description below, you can see some gameplay where every single game, either me or my opponent played at least one bomb, often multiple. So removal is incredibly important in the colors that you end up playing, and we have 0 removal in white, so that's a pretty big downside for the color here. We also have no bombs, so no really massive reason to play the color. We have decent synergies here, like on the artifact side of things, double Justiciar into Gold Warden's Helm, into the Attendant to pick up the helm and recast it to get another token. Plus, when we play the Attendant, we're getting an artifact creature for the Justiciar. And then, yeah, that's pretty fine. The Shepherd's also good at triggering the Justiciars. So, pretty decent stuff we can do with Justiciar there. And then with the Duelist, we have Duelist into Flensing Raptor. Not the most consistent, only having 1 copy of each, but those are both pretty solid cards. And then again, Basilica Shepherd and Basilica Shepherd and Indoctrination Attendant, both being kind of higher end toxic cards that spread out our board with multiple toxic creatures. So decent little toxic pile, not enough early toxic plays though to really go for that. So the double complete devotion are looking a bit iffy, but if we have a secondary color like black or green that has a lot of toxic, could be a support color here, but certainly does not look particularly exciting. Check out our blue now. We've got that Techathol in blue, which is great. We also have Tamiyo's Immobilizer to keep locking things down. Can be a pretty great card, especially if we have a lot of Proliferate. Unfortunately, we have 2 Minor Misstep, which is completely unplayable in Sealed, and Draft for that matter. And we only have 1 Proliferate card whatsoever. So only 1 card to work with the Tamiyo's Immobilizer, and 1 card to get the extra value off of Techathol. So Techathol would mostly just be a 4-mana 3/5 flyer. We also don't have a ton of oil counters, so not a lot of ways to give the Techathol Indestructible. So Techathol really downgrades from what feels like a mythic rare to like an uncommon in this sealed pool, at least off of just our blue here. This goes from 4-mana 3/5 flyer, if you would proliferate twice, can potentially get an indestructible counter to 4-mana 3/5 flyer, period, most of the time. We have Trawler Drake and Synthesizer, and then Immobilizer as our 3 cards that can maybe have some oil on them. So that's a bit awkward, not as synergistic as we would like it to be. The Eye of Malcator, probably unplayable here, don't have a lot of artifacts to trigger it. Curator's pretty filler, but so is Strider. Pretty low on blue cards. When you cut the unplayable cards, the Eye of Missteps, or the Mental Missteps, and the Eye of Malcator there. Yeah, and our Techathol just doesn't look that incredible here. If red or green has a ton of oil counters, that could make the Techathol better. Could make the blue cards in general a little better. They aren't looking that exciting. Moving on to black now. In black, we've got a decent amount of 2-drop creatures, which is nice. 2 Blightbelly Rat and a Pestilent Siphoner. If we care about poison, that can work pretty well for us. We then have a Hive Master on 3, another good toxic creature. At 4 mana, we have Testament Bearer and Necrosquito, which are both fine. And then, of course, that Drivnod at 5. Which, again, isn't the scariest mythic ever because of that very low toughness, but if we can get that indestructible counter on it, it can be good. Best removal we've had so far, where we have Drown and Ichor and double Whisper of the Dross. I have not been a fan of Vraska's Fall because it's pretty horrific against any white deck because they're so good at producing Phyrexian Mites. Can also be pretty bad against a lot of red decks as well. They have a lot of 2/2 Rebels with their 4 Mirrodin cards. That's not the end of the world if you trade this into a 2/2 Rebel, but they also have Chimney Rabble, where they make a 1/1 Goblin, and if you draw this after your opponent has a 1/1 Goblin on the board, this is pretty horrifically bad. So super bad against white, pretty bad against red, so feels more like a sideboard removal spell that we like to pull in between games. But I do like Drown and Ichor, Double Whisper, that's pretty nice. And other than that, nothing else is like unplayable. Like Necrosquito's not the fastest card ever. Pestilent Siphoner is not the greatest if we're not actually trying to poison our opponent out or corrupt them. But overall, kind of better removal than any other color, and still a decent creature curve with rats and hive masters. So not horrible there. Moving on to our red, we have the best curve of creatures out of everything we've looked at. However, still pretty bad non-creature spells. We've got that Red Sun's Twilight, Gleeful Demolition that are sideboard artifact removal. We're probably not going to main deck. Just a bunch of combat tricks in the main deck then, Blazing Crescendo and Double Free from Flesh. So there are 0 red removal spells. Not one Volt Charge, Hexgold Slash, Rebel Salvo. None of them in this deck. That's the awkward part. Very similar to kind of our white here. Red does look like a decent support color though. If we have a color with better removal, this is the color with the better curve of creatures. We have Cacophony Scamp, Fuseling, Sawblade Scamp to get started on turn 1. A couple Shrapnel Slingers are fine, Engraver's great on turn 2. Then we have the Chimney Rabble, red's best 4-drop by far. Volshock Splitter, which is also pretty good with all these 1/1s and 2/2s, because we can move that around later, keep our creatures relevant. And then the Resistance Skywarden in the end game. So really lacking on removal here, but the creature curve is pretty impressive and makes red look like a solid support color, if nothing else. And last but hopefully not least, here's a look at our green here. Still lacking on removal, but we have a really nice curve of creatures in green. So I feel like we're going to be going green here and picking a support color out of one of our others. Really not a huge fan of the sealed pool. Doesn't feel like one that can find a 7-win run here. We just don't really have bombs like Drivnod and Tekathol. I wouldn't really classify when it comes to how high power some of the bombs in this format can be. When we're talking about a format with Glissa and Miglaws at rare, the Eternal Wanderer at rare, White Sun's Twilight at rare, we have just these uncommon level mythics basically to choose from. Neither look all that scary. Feel like if anything, we probably go green-black here. Green is the only color that I think is a guarantee. Our curve is just the best by far, and we have at least one removal spell. We have 2 Canker Blooms on turn 2, some of the best 2-drops in our entire sealed pool. We have 2 Cultivators to ramp us up. We have 2 Vorax to pull lands out of our deck, which are pretty ridiculous. Viral Spawnings can be good if we corrupt our opponent, which also makes me kind of want to play black here because it has the most toxic support to help trigger the Viral Spawnings to make these a 2-for-1. So I kind of like the green-black poison here. We do again have the Double Prophetic Prism and Terramorphic Expanse to help justify a splash here, although I don't think we have anything splash-worthy unless we really need to splash in removal, and we don't have any removal to splash in. We have 0 white removal spells. The only blue removal spell that we have is Mesmerizing Dose. I guess we could splash in an Immobilizer if we're in green-black. That might be okay, but that's about it. 0 red removal spells to splash in. Yeah, this is just not a great sealed pool in my opinion. Doesn't feel like a 7-win, but I'm going to do my absolute best. So again, we do have that Drivnod that we will probably end up playing here. We've got that Tekathol as well. But these are just not, again, they're like uncommon tier mythics in our deck. They are not the kind of bombs you want to open in this format that has the Eternal Wanderer, Glissa, Miglaws, White Sun's Twilight, Blue Sun's Twilight, any of the Twilights at rare, outside of the Red Sun's Twilight that we did open, are all pretty great. All the mythic rare Praetors and stuff. Yeah. Not the greatest sealed pool ever, because we're low on the 2 most important things in the format, great removal and great bombs. We don't really have either, but we've got at least a little bit. Got a relatively consistent little toxic strategy here to try to get Viral Spawnings working at the very least, so that these are 2-for-1s. Even if we aren't going to be poisoning our opponent out completely, we can corrupt them for value. Feels like green-black is the place to be here. Maybe just like green-red beat sticks. We don't get any removal spells in red though, whereas in black we get the Drown and Ichor double Whisper of the Dross. This is a format where there are a lot of playable 1 toughness creatures, because a lot of 1-drops are playable, like Exuberant Fuseling, Sawblade Scamp. If we're running up against any of those, any white deck tends to have Justiciars or 2-mana 3/1s at uncommon. So there's usually targets for Whisper of the Dross, and even when there's not, we can use this as a combat trick to have our 3/3 beat their 3/3 without dying. So I like Whisper in the deck. I really don't like any of our splashes. The best one's maybe Immobilizer. That's about the only splash we would maybe do here. We get to play a Terramorphic for that, double Prism. So we'll put those in the deck for now. If we're only splashing for the 1 blue card, we definitely don't need the double Atlas. We'll just go for the Prism side of things there. Take a look at the deck. I don't think I'm playing any of these Skull Bombs in here, the green or black Skull Bomb. So this is every green and black card. What we end up cutting here? Expand the Sphere. I don't care about the ramp and proliferating twice, just 4 mana to put 2 poison on our opponent. Not the greatest in this format. We really want to be affecting the board state most of the time. I don't love Noxious Assault either. Although this deck doesn't look the greatest at dealing with board stalls, so we might need some random card like this. Probably not. It's definitely on the chopping block. Maze's Mantle can be fine in here, because it can give the hexproof with the amount of toxic creatures we have. Vraska's Fall we're going to leave in the sideboard, because it's just really bad against white, and often bad against red. Thirsting Roots, I don't even think I'll play this, even if I am splashing in blue, but that is the only opportunity where I would be interested, because again, running a card just to proliferate and do nothing else, not really worth it, so really need to be getting value off of the land tutoring effect for this. The one thing I do like about cards like this in other formats is the fact that they let us just run 1 less land, so that if we draw this in our opener, we just play it, grab a land out of our deck, and if we draw this later in the game, then we get some kind of extra value off of this. That being said, Proliferate is not really any kind of extra value most of the time, and this is a format where we can get punished for having this in our opening hand, because if we have this in an opening hand with a Cultivator, and our hand has a curve, it's just not going to fit into the curve well. We're just going to be kind of down a card that game, because we're going to want to go Forest, Cultivator, turn 2, 2-drop, turn 3, 3-drop, or 4-drop from Cultivator, so it's kind of similar to tap lands in that sense, where because there's so many playable 1s, 2s, and 3s, it's hard to fit it in the curve as well, so not super into Thirsting Roots. Long Legs, one of our weakest 2-drops. Probably the weakest 2-drop because we care about corrupting our opponent. If we didn't care about corrupting our opponent, Stalker or Siphoner would be the weakest. But I'm not in love with the Long Legs here. Weakest 3-drop is going to be Basilisk. Oh, I forgot we had Bloated Contaminator. Bloated Contaminator is an A+ to S tier bomb. Completely forgot we had Bloated Contaminator when I was looking at the green. Yeah, green is by far our best color then. And we actually do have 1 solid bomb here, and 2 solid removal spells. Again, feels a little bit lacking, but not horrific. Not as bad as I was making it out to be at the start. This deck looks solid enough in just 2 colors. I don't really think I need the blue Immobilizer Splash to be decently happy with this pile of cards. Love the double Canker Bloom for main deck artifact enchantment removal and just 2 mana 3/2s on curve. That's pretty nice. Don't love Plague Nurse. Don't love Necrosquito. Kind of like Testament Bearer with Drivnod. Can fill our graveyard before we hit the Drivnod to make sure we have the creatures to give the Indestructible. And if we hit it after the Drivnod, we can double up the Death Trigger. That could be fine. Still not in love with Drivnod in here. I don't think we cut Drivnod, but again, just feels like an uncommon power level card most of the time. Maybe even a common. But it's our 1/5 mana creature, kind of in green and black in the whole sealed pool, so might as well run at least one thing at the top end here. I don't think we can go for the hyper aggro, just all 1, 2s, and 3s, drop down to like 14 lands here. Especially with double Vorak giving us extra lands for value in the late game, we want some stuff to do after 3 mana. We pick up more lands. Yeah, I like Basilisk better than Long Legs, but I think I'm probably cutting both. I'm definitely going to drop the Roots, the Sphere, the Immobilizer and the Prisms first. And we still need to cut 3 more cards. I mean, honestly, even Drivnod is borderline here. Final cuts are always the hardest because they're all... none of these are good. None of these are premium cards. I'll just fit into the curve a little bit. I'm going to take a look at everything else we have, see if anything looked better here. And then after I build this deck, I am still going to take looks at some other color pairs. I don't know, maybe Skull Bomb value's fine. What is our creature to non-creature count here? 18? Definitely want to cut a few more creatures here, because we also have double viral spawning, so we have a lot of creatures in this deck. Right, so we currently have 18 creatures and 2 viral spawnings, which basically makes us a 20 creature deck. 17 creatures is like your average aggro-y creature count. So we're probably just cutting 3 creatures and running this kind of poopy potential board stall breaker. Again, I'm not super excited about that. The worst creatures here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 creatures to play at 2 mana or less. Probably don't need long legs. We have 0 flyers outside of Pestilence Siphoner, so as slow as the Necrosquito is, the fact that it can fly, try to break through board stalls as well is kind of nice, and we've got multiple ways to proliferate, potentially buff it up, and obviously every time we're trading creatures off, it can buff it up. Doesn't feel incredible. If we do end up running the Necrosquito, the Skull Bombs do go up quite a bit in value, because if we have Necrosquito on board, as we sacrifice Skull Bombs, we are making it bigger. It does trigger off of artifacts and creatures. So I could see ending up playing like a draw Skull Bomb over Noxious Assault or something like that, or over Maze's Mantle. Neither of these are incredible. We just need more non-creature stuff, really. Our good non-creature spells are these 4. These 2 are just the filler at the end of the day. Some of these creatures here. Yeah, I think Drivnod still has some pretty massive problems with that really low toughness for the high mana value, where it often gets played and then dies to Drown and Ichor or Volt Charge. And you're just really down in that tempo swing. But I don't know, it's our only 5-drop. It's our literal only 5-drop in the sealed pool for green-black. Probably still run it over these other 3. And then we just cut these 3. Yeah, I mean, we have 4 really, really good 3-mana cards. So it feels, well, actually 6 really good 3-mana creatures. So it feels pretty hard to fit Basilisk in there at 3 mana. And then same with the long legs at 2. Plague Nurse, I could see Plague Nurse over Drivnod. Neither are super quality, but Plague Nurse does help with the viral spawning. So I don't think we're ever winning the game with straight up poison damage. It could happen if we get a curve out where we start with like Branch Blight Stalker and they just don't have a blocker for it early, and we manage to get 4 or 5 poison with our random stuff like that and into Contaminator or Hive Master or something. We could end up later in the game getting a couple Drowns and Whispers and Vorax, finishing the poison with that, but I don't think Plague Nurse was really necessary or even like helpful in that scenario, because the problem with Plague Nurse is it always comes down late enough in the game where your opponent already has the blockers and it's not really doing anything. It's just an understated creature for 4. So by the time that you're dropping down a Plague Nurse, your opponent's blocking your other toxic creatures and you're not getting any value from the activated ability. You're just getting a 4-mana 3/4. Because it's pretty hard to hit your opponent with a 4-mana 3/4 if it's not attacking until turn 5. So the Toxic 2 on this card rarely comes into play either, unless you're already winning the game. It's kind of a win more sort of card, where it's like, if you're in a position where you can play a 4-mana 3/4, and then start hitting your opponent with it and additional creatures, then it pops off. But if you're in a position where your 4-mana 3/4 is not getting blocked, and some of your other creatures are not getting blocked to get extra toxic in, you're probably already winning that game. And if you're not in that position, you're just playing a really bad blocker, playing a 3-power creature for 4 mana. not a horrific blocker. I mean, it blocks most 3-drops, all the 3-mana 3/3s and stuff, so... But, I don't know. I think it's fine to still end up cutting it here and running Drivnod. Even though it looks synergistic, I just don't think it's a great card. This is probably where we're at here. Again, I'm not in love with it. Not in love with it. Maybe cut a land here with so many great 2-drops. Go land for Plague Nurse. Check out those Skull Bombs. Not certain we're going to run any. We have 2-draw Skull Bombs. The benefit to that being that they can pick up our Bloated Contaminator, I suppose. 1 Maze's Skull Bomb. Benefit to that being it can pretty easily help us get a little bit of Toxic in, force them to just not have a good block. Just turn 3 this on a Blight Belly Rat or something. They're both pretty slow for the format, but a little better in sealed than draft. The competition here would be Maze's Mantle or Noxious Assault. +2/+2 just feels not the biggest ever. Assault just doesn't feel incredible. Neither does Mantle, neither do the Skull Bombs though. I like the idea of Skull Bombs with the Necrosquito. That is about it there. You know, with Bloated Contaminator in the deck, being just our best card by a lot, we might want to just run Maze's Mantle, which is a mediocre combat trick most of the time, but sometimes it protects our Bloated Contaminator, and then we might want to run 1 Skull Bomb, which again, we just cycle it out most of the time, not that excited about it, but can also potentially pick up a Bloated Contaminator from our graveyard. Might just be where we're at, so we cut 1 of these, an Assault, and another Skull Bomb, or I cut a land and put in both draw Skull Bombs. We have to fill out the deck with some mediocre stuff in the end. This is sealed, not draft. We don't get to choose. I don't get to not draft the mediocre cards. The 20th to 23rd playables. Yeah, I guess I'll go double Skull Bomb probably. If our curve isn't going like super well, then we get to cycle it out early without too much downside to help hit our lands. If our curve is going well and we have it in the opening hand, it can be a pretty big bummer because it's not going to do anything till later. So yeah, I mean, I don't love running a million. I still think we can go 16 lands here though, so maybe we just keep the 1 Skull Bomb but put something else in. Put the Assault back in or something. But I don't love that card either. The Nurse back in. What's the creature count at? 17, 15, and 2 viral spawnings. I could do the Thirsting Roots thing. That could be the 24th non-land card, because if we need the land, if we need the 17th land, we can do it. Could do the Green Skull Bomb. Break a Blight Belly Rat over, get the first poison counter. The first poison counter actually does seem relatively important here. Important. We can have the rat trample over, get that first poison counter, then when the rats trade later, they proliferate, get the second, the Drown and Ichor can get the second or third, Whispers can get the second or third, but they're proliferate, Cankerbloom can proliferate, Vorak can proliferate. Getting the first poison counter on our opponent might be important enough that running the 1 Maze Skull Bomb actually does seem kind of good here. Because again, Corrupted's pretty important for these viral spawnings. And if we can just get 1 poison counter on our opponent, we've got a decent amount of proliferate to finish that corruption off with all these. I guess Contaminator just proliferates when it hits them, so that's kind of just like Toxic too. But these can proliferate when they hit the board if we don't need more lands, which we don't need too many lands in this deck, so that could be happening a lot. Then we have the Cankerblooms we can sack to proliferate, the Drown and Ichor and Whispers we can proliferate as we use them as removal, and the rats proliferate when they die. Yeah, I think Maze Skull Bomb might actually just be fine for getting the first poison. And then this would be the deck here, 16 lands it looks like. Green versus black is sitting at 12 to 10, so one more green source than black source seems fine to me. Yeah. Black's a little later in the game than the green. Curve isn't like perfect, so I don't think we get punished mega hard for the tap lands. We do still get punished though, because we actually do have 4 1-drops. It's the Skull Bombs we want to play on turn 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 2-drops that we want to play on turn 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 3-drops we want to play on turn 3. Actually, tap lands are a little awkward. Tap lands are a little awkward. Definitely on the borderline. But I feel I still run them here. Up with our later game value. But this deck is really about curving out, is it not? Maybe the cultivators aren't actually doing too much in the early game. We don't really need to curve out with those, but we really need to go 2-drop, 3-drop, and just keep rolling from there. We gotta get forward momentum with this deck so that we can be on the aggressive, get those poison counters in there, get the Spawning Corrupted for its extra value, get big enough creatures on board to actually use our green removal spell. Can't use this if we're behind and we don't have good creatures out. Can't use Whisper the Dross as effectively. When we're behind, we want to be leading the blaze, going into combat while our opponent's tapped out to use this as our own combat trick when we need it. Yeah, we could fall behind a little with tap lands. Does feel like a deck that really wants to be on the aggressive, but most decks in this format are like that. Our mana base is not that needy. We only need double black for Drivnod, and if we have a Cultivator out, we only need 1 swamp to hit double black. So maybe we drop Terramorphic over Maze. We might even drop both. Deck thinning 1 land out of your deck is just not a reason to run Terramorphic. It's just making it like 3% more likely to hit a non-land, 3 or 4%. Depending on how late you sack it. Definitely not as meaningful in the long run as just drawing a card. Drawing an entire card is like, in the late game, you're probably maybe 30 to 40% likely to hit a land on average. So if you just sack 100 Maze, draw 1 card, that is just 60% chance at immediately hitting a non-land card, putting it in your hand. Whereas Terramorphic is just like an extra 3% chance on your next draw of finding the non-land. But the Hunter Maze is a lot later in the game because you have to dump extra mana into it. But yeah, I think with the double Cultivator here, we really don't need Expanse. You could drop that, go 8/8. 16 lands. Cultivate for the Drivnod. It feels like it's probably the deck here. I'm going to go ahead and save the deck as is so I won't have to rebuild it if we end up running it. But I am going to keep looking at the other colors for a little bit, making sure this looks the best to me. Here's a look at what we would generally be running in green-red here, kind of just all gas, no breaks aggro. Only 1 removal spell with Ruthless Predation, that's the part that I really am not a huge fan of, but we have 3 instant speed combat tricks to leverage with all these 1/2 mana creatures. Really just getting started on turn 1 being the super profitable thing here. We have so many 1-drops here, we definitely wouldn't run these, but these are just... This is not the complete version of the deck. I would do a little more editing, just trying to get a baseline look at all the other options. Does seem pretty powerful. I feel like our green-black has a little bit more synergy. I mean, we're still never going to poison our opponent out, so that doesn't matter too much, but we do get more value off of the viral spawnings in green-black. Red gives us some really solid stuff, though. Rabble and Skywarden late game are a lot stronger than our 4 and 5 drops in green-black. And then we have multiple good aggressive 1-drops. Again, the really big issue here, the thing that black is giving us and helping us with a lot is the removal, having double Whisper and Drown and Ichor. And still having good like 2-drop creatures and 3-drop stuff. So I still think I prefer black a little bit, but this is a good deck to have in mind Worst case scenario, in like a decent matchup, we can sideboard into this, even if we don't end up running it. So in best of 3 sealed on Arena, you can, as you can in paper, sideboard whatever you want in. You have to be ready to speed build that deck though. So in a really competitive event like this, I would recommend building your baseline version, getting used to it, keeping that in your mind, maybe even taking a screenshot of it to make it easier to build. But then in order to swap out your deck, the fastest way to do it, because you're going to have like 2.5 minutes to sideboard, is to just empty your whole deck real quick. And then if you're like, okay, so the alternate build that I wanted was that green-red aggro deck with all the combat tricks. You want to speed build the deck, you just go, all right, green-red, colorless, cut from there. You're like, okay, we wanted Maze Skull Bomb probably. Yeah, Thirsting Roots is a no, Demolition's a no. And yeah, you just cut down from here. Just do the button click thing and cut down. And you can usually get that done in your 2.5 minutes decently. It might not be the perfect build of the deck you're swapping to, but if the color pair that you're swapping to is better against whatever they're doing, then it'll still be fine. Like, there you go, there's the deck that's already done. And then I have the rest of the time to just make sure, the rest of that 2.5 minutes to make sure that it's the best build of the color pair. So that's another reason why I'm looking at all these other archetypes, even if I don't end up playing them. Just have these decks in mind if it seems like they'll be good. Like, if our opponent has, like, Wandering Emperor and White Sun's Twilight in white, or something like that, we might just swap to this deck, because it's not like our green-black has any removal that can kill those cards, so then we have to entirely just be like, well, we just need to try our best to somehow maybe outrace them, you know, if we see both those cards. So just go for the fastest deck that's available, which might be this red-black pile, or red-green pile. But, yeah, that's a look at the red-green. Going to keep going for just pretty much unedited decks here, just to get a general look at each archetype and see if any of them are synergistic enough to be worth it even with no removal. Red-white does look decently synergistic, but again, no removal is such a huge downside. Another archetype we can keep in mind if we just want some aggro nonsense. Although I still think red-green's probably more aggressive than this, so I couldn't imagine swapping to here. But that's a thing. Do you want to look at blue-green where we get that Techathol? Again, we've got that Misstep, though, that I really don't like. The Eye of Malcator that doesn't do anything. Curator doesn't do much. Trawler Drake and Synthesizer don't seem great in this color pair. Yeah, I mean, we get a Mesmerizing Dose and an Immobilizer for interaction. I just feel like Synthesizer or Trawler Drake don't look very good in this deck. Chrome Prowler's pretty filler, Strider's pretty filler. And Tekathol's not even that good because it's just hard to get the indestructible counter. It's just going to be a 4-mana 3/5 flyer. Just like solid, but doesn't feel like worth running the color over black just for that. Here's a look at black-red, which might actually be more aggressive than green-red. Still worse than green-black. Yeah, keep doing what we're doing, but have it in the back of our mind. Blue-red looks pretty bad. I just don't think we can do anything with our blue here. I don't think any blue color pair is going to work out. You know, blue-white even. We're trying to do Eye of Malcator artifact aggro stuff. Just doesn't get there either. Yeah, and then we have really low interaction again, being a pretty big problem. Alright, I guess the only major potential color pair I haven't looked at yet is green-white for green-white toxic, so that our viral spawnings still get value. And we get complete devotions by doing this, which is nice. Enforcer's not going to be good. Love Basilisk over most of the other 3 drops. This year seems... I guess I gotta run 1 to hit 17 cards here. This does look fine. Curve's decent. I like the double complete devotion, but actually, yeah, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Complete devotion does look nasty in here. So that's pretty cool. Maybe we're green white. This is like the fiercest competition we've had so far for our green black, I think. There's still not a massive reason to be in white, but the curve is solid. We get Flensing Raptor and Shepherd, so we have more flying threats without having to run mediocre ones. Still have the good viral spawning synergy for trying to corrupt our opponent and get the 2-for-1 off of it. Less removal for sure, but combat tricks to try to make up for it. Green-white is a direction we could go. We have some filler cards that don't make the most sense in here, like having to run a Justiciar. And I'm not in love with Maze's Mantle when we have double Complete Devotion and Zealot's Conviction now. So ideally, like, we'd want to cut Justiciar and Maze's Mantle and Gold Warden's Helm, to be honest. Doesn't really do anything in here. It can get picked up by Attendant, but in green-white, Attendant is good enough just making mites. So, like, take a look. Everything else, see if there's anything else we could put in, but there's not really. I guess we'd go for a Skull Bomb to help get our first poison. And put the Basilisk back in over the Helm. Long legs over Justiciar. Yeah, I think I like Complete Devotions as the tricks over the Mantle. Just run like one random Skull Bomb, the green or the white one, to get a poison counter in. Just throw the green one in. I think this is the closest we've gotten to our green-black deck. But I still think that that deck is a little better. The creature base a little bit worse. But Double Whisper, Drown, and Ichor are really, really nice as ways to guarantee extra poison counters on our opponent without having to hit them to trigger our viral spawnings, and as pretty solid pieces of interaction against whatever our opponent's trying to set up. And our creatures are like only a little bit worse than the creatures here. Like double Plague Red on 2, the 3/2 Toxic that dies into a Mite on 3, like those are pretty good. Like, I feel like the creature base is pretty similar, but then the double Basilica Shepherd on the top is really where white shines in comparison. The, like, 4 or 5 mana creatures are just better here. But, I am going to roll with the green-black deck. We'll take a final look at that deck, give you all a deck overview before we head into the gameplay. But we are going to keep all of these other color pairs in the back of our mind as potential swaps according to matchups coming up. Doesn't feel like there'll be a lot of matchups where our other builds are just better than the green-black, because it feels like most matchups just having the most interaction that we can get while still having the same level of synergy as we would in the color pairs like green-white or green-red is going to be best. Like, we want the color pair that has the good interaction and still has very comparable synergy and power level to any of our other color pairs. But we'll see. We could get a really specific matchup and want to swap things out. So I think that's going to end my perusing all the alternate color pairs. I think we found the colors we should be in here. Alright, here's a look at the final deck that we're going to be playing today. This is a green-black kind of toxic aggro deck, mainly trying to just corrupt our opponent so that our viral spawning can be 2 creatures off of 1 card, because almost all of our toxic creatures are just decent aggressive bodies anyway, all of them except like Pestilent Siphoner here. So, for the most part, curving out with a ton of 2-drop aggressive creatures, some very nice 3-drop creatures, and the 2 viral spawnings fitting that category as well. And then things kind of fall off from there, just a couple average 4-drops, and Drivnod that I'm not the most excited about with that low toughness, but we just don't have a lot of good stuff to throw in here for 4 or 5 mana to finish off the curve, so we've got those in there. We have decent removal to try to keep the board clear and stay aggressive, Ruthless Predation, Drown and Ichor, and Double Whisper of the Dross. Couple Skull Bombs that generally aren't the greatest, but we have a couple different synergies with them, and we have so many creatures in here, we gotta fill out the non-creature slot with something. With Maze Skull Bomb, we can help get our first poison counter in by just making a Blight Belly Rat like a 5/5 trample. If we get that first poison counter in, that's gonna make it a lot easier to corrupt our opponent because we have several ways to proliferate, with death triggers from the rat, sacrifices from Canker Bloom, Vorak ETBs, Drown and Ichor, and Whisper the Dross getting cast. So again, Skull Bomb can help us get that first poison in, and the Black Skull Bomb can help us reanimate a powerful creature in the late game. So this is kind of our like late game value. Non-creature spell, pick up a Bloated Contaminator if we're super lucky. Maybe a Necrosquito if the board is stalled and we need another flyer there. So we definitely have some mediocre cards I'm not the biggest fan of, like Drivnod Necrosquito, the Skull Bombs. Not cards I generally run super often, same with Maze's Mantle. But had to fill out the deck with something, and I think this is the strongest color pair, because green gives us our strongest cards with the Bloated Contaminator, a pretty great curve with double Vorak, double Kangerbloom, double Spawning, and Predation for removal, and black gives us a decent curve with a couple Rats and a Hive Master there being the really exciting things on curve, and the best interaction in our whole sealed pool with Drown and Ichor and double Whisper of the Dross. So that's the deck we're going with today, and we'll see how it does. Hoping for the best, fingers crossed, as we head into the gameplay. Alright, we are going to be on the play for game one, starting with Hunter Maze into Kankerbloom Contaminator on curve. Feels like a good start to the event. Alright, opponent mulligans down to 5. They are on the draw, so it's not going to hurt as much as mulligans on the play, but a double mulligan is definitely a thing, and they mold into a turn 1 play, so that could be kind of scary for us. Luckily, we've got a great curve starting on 2. So we will start rolling things out here. We are probably going to see a good amount of mulligans during this event, as it is best of 3. There is no hand smoother. It is incredibly possible, and does happen quite frequently, that either us or our opponent will open a literal 0 or 7 land hand, whereas you don't really ever see that in best of 1. Well, Contaminator looks a little less exciting on this board state, but if I draw into Whisper of the Dross or anything like that, we can change that pretty easily. Could also Kankerbloom at instant speed to blow up the Batter Fist, potentially. So I think we do roll out Contaminator still as the best play. And then into Testament Bearer next turn. We just might not be attacking for a little while here. Might have to hit some of our interaction first. Ichor Plate Golem, fair enough. That buffs the Fuseling pretty good. The Drivnod for late in the game here. We are only 1 mana away from playing it, but we do want to get creatures in grave before we do anything with this, because it's not very good without indestructibility. Don't have any good tricks for combat here. I could blow up Batterfist, but they can still double block kill a Contaminator. Doesn't feel great. We trade Contaminator into just the 2/3 Golem off a double block. So I believe we do drop Testament Bearer. Actually, I could Kankerbloom the Golem at instant speed. Wait, how do they block and kill Contaminator? If they block with Fuseling Rebel, I can Kankerbloom the Golem, and both of our entire boards are gone, which fills my grave for Drivnod, and I still have the mana up for Hive Master. This might actually be legit. Actually, probably a legit attack because of Kankerbloom here. And because they mulligan to where we're just already ahead on cards, yeah, they're just not going to block. So, 4 damage to them, 2 poison counters. Drop Testament Bearer here, and just trade it off pretty freely to pick up the 5th land for Drivnod. 5th land also lets us play both of these next turn, which also feels solid. Here comes the 2/2 Rebel. With Drivnod in hand, I'm actually okay trading Testament Bearer because it just doesn't attack well. It's always just here to make trades on blocks. Find a Siphoner, a couple lands. Pick up the Forest here. We've got 2 creatures in grave for Drivnod now. We double spell this turn. Although 1/1 Flying Toxic is kind of exciting here, and I still don't really want to play Drivnod until there's 3 creatures in grave. There'd only be 2. It takes Siphoner. I can play Siphoner and Rat here, so I still get the double spell this turn. Another Fuseling. That's wild for a sealed pool. That's actually really scary. They have double Fuseling in their deck. In their hand as well, so they could even have a 3rd we just haven't seen. Yeah, that's pretty horrific for us. We're still in the lead this game for sure. I'm just worried about future games. So yeah, I can still blow up Golem at instant speed. So we still get our attack in here, and then do whatever we want to do. Trade into 2 of their cards with Contaminator, and 1 of their cards with Cankerbloom. They're going to take the damage again, try to outrace us with the Fuselings. That is worrisome. Hit for 4. They're down to 12, and they are up to 4 poison. Pestilence Siphoner can hit for a 5th poison. Pretty much guaranteed. It could also trade into Fuseling on blocks if necessary. Mana efficient here, we go for the Hive Master. Can trade off into a Fuseling on blocks and still give us a toxic creature to attack with. "12 life, 4 poison." Probably actually dying to just combat damage before poison, where just trading Siphoner into Fuseling is fine. Also just at 20 here if I want to take 6. Or if I want to take 4, go to 16. Getting my numbers mixed up in my head here. I know what I'm thinking in the head, I'm just not saying the right numbers out loud. I'm just gonna take it here. Since we're still at 20, go to 16. Okay. Rat and Drivnod in hand here. Probably can get this aggressive here. We have 1 way to proliferate on board and the rat to proliferate when it dies. Double block the Contaminator. We can kill both those. Unless they play a combat trick, so I don't feel the need to Cankerbloom the Golem in response until they try to do a combat trick, and then I might do things. They have Titanic Growth off the top here. Could be bad for me, can't do anything about that. I'll just let that happen. Put an oil counter on Cultivator, sure. Oh, they're just trying to onboard trick it. That does make it so if they have the trick in hand, we've sacked the Cankerbloom. Yeah, this is a smart line from them if they have the trick in hand. If they don't have the trick in hand, this is not a good line. Because we've got the onboard Golem removal. Oh, never mind. It's still a fine line, but we do wipe the entire board, so I think we're good. Forgot that I'd be buffing up the Fuseling a bunch, but we do kill their whole board, put them to 8 poison, so all in all, I think that worked out fine. Alright. Okay. Cankerbloom is great against their Oil Golem. Love that card. We're definitely not cutting that. I think our matchup is good. I love Double Whisper the Dross in this matchup against those Fuselings. They did Mold to 5 here, so this is not their deck operating at peak efficiency, and it was still kind of scary with those Fuselings getting big. Batterfist kind of stuff. I don't think I really saw anything that's have a really good sideboard against. I guess Vraska's Fall could be okay in this matchup. We didn't see any Chimney Rabbles. They are just going to trade into a Fuseling or a Cultivator, most likely. Probably a Cultivator or Rebel token, so Fall still doesn't look great. But about the only thing we could maybe trade out. If we wanted to, since they aren't on white for Phyrexian Mites or anything like that. Vraska's Fall over maybe Maze's Mantle. So we also didn't see any removal from them. I mean, these are both on that mediocre kind of like Razor's Edge anyway, so Should be pretty much just as good of a deck as we're at worst. At best, we just like Whisper their Fuseling and then Vraska's Fall, a 3/3 or something. Could be nice. Heading into game 2. Don't think we can keep a 1-lander. It's possible. I mean, they turn 1 Fuseling, we Whisper here. As soon as we hit a land, if it's a forest, we can cast everything but Hive Master. But that feels too greedy. Because if we don't hit the lands, we are gonna get steamrolled. And I guess 15 lands out of 33 cards. We're only slightly lower than a coin flip for a land. I only really lose if I don't hit a land for like 3 or 4 turns, because I still have the Whisper. And then I have plenty of cards to play as soon as I hit it. Been hit by some rough moles in this format. I don't think that's a great reason to greed the keep here, but the fact that everything is 2 mana is so tempting. The entire hand is active, pretty much, at just 1 forest. Most of the hand is active, just hitting a swamp. And we're on the draw. Could get punished for this. But I'm going to keep here, take our coin flips. Alright, Cultivator, not Fuseling. Not a great start for us, but we do hit the swamp. And if this hand was Swamp Swamp, Whisper, Rat, Siphoner, maybe didn't have the Predation or something, I would have snap kept, so we're good. Oh, they swapped to green-white here? That's brutal if they did. Hopefully white is just a splash. Because if they swapped to green-white, then the sideboarded in Vraska's Fall is pretty horrible. I think I'd rather just get aggressive on the ground than start chipping in for poison right now. Because we do not have any of our cards that care about Corrupted yet. Green, white, black. Yeah, they went for a deck swap here. So we definitely over sideboarded. The Vraska's Fall probably going to be bad in this matchup. Guess it's possible they don't have anything to make mites in this color trio. Predation's pretty sick here. Cankerbloom becomes a 4/4 till end of turn. And another forest would be incredible. But I think we still do want to Predation here. Viral spawning. Alright, so we're definitely trying to stay uncorrupted. So trade Cankerbloom into that. 3 mana for Hive Master, still hold up Whisper. Feels good. Hive Master trade is better than the Cankerbloom trade. Could still offer the Cankerbloom trade on attacks and stay aggressive. Even if they blow up Hive Master and hit us with this beast. That's still only 1 poison counter, so they still need to do a little work with Proliferate or additional creatures to make it too corrupted. I'm still holding up Whisper. That could be wrong here. Maybe should just get the Cultivator out. But I just like having it up for as soon as they play any 1 toughness nonsense. So we do trade into the beast there. Feels pretty good. Not unhappy with how this game's gone so far. We now have an Ichor Spit Basilisk, threatens to trade into Cankerbloom unless I Whisper. Get a Drivnod now. Well, send in Canker Bloom as always. Keep getting that damage in. Okay, we're going to hit for 3. And here is where I can just go Cultivator. Rat's not great against Basilisk. I think I'll drop the Siphoner at this point and hold up Whisper. I guess Rat to block the Basilisk would be fine, but if they attack with Basilisk, I'm just going to take it and crack back. More concerned about getting past the Basilisk on attacks. I guess Rat plus Whisper can do that as well. Alright, poison counter 1. Let's see how much proliferate they have here. 5 mana, 3 cards in hand, Gulping Scrap Trap, that is 2 proliferates. I will potentially get them there. Okay. Yeah, Rat Whisper would have played a lot better there. Skull Bomb's a really good draw here, actually. Just spend 4 mana and attack with a 6/5 Canker Bloom. They have to double block, they lose both creatures. They could recast Viral Spawning, but clear out a lot of their board and draw a card. If I had 1 more mana, I could do the Skull Bomb and hold up Whisper, which would be phenomenal. Don't believe I played a land this turn. So if I hit a land off Skull Bomb, that could be just S tier here. I think I go for that Greed, because even if I don't hit the land, trading into Scrap Trap plus Cultivator is fine on this attack. Wow. Told you we were going to get punished for tap lands here. That does feel pretty awful. We might send in the Might here. If they don't double block kill Canker Bloom, they what? Just put a Scrap Trap there? We keep Canker Bloom and trample for 2? Then they just kill a Might for free, but we trample for 2 and keep a Canker Bloom by attacking with Might? I don't think we attack with Cultivator, because that could legitimately be valuable. Oh my god, whoa! Opponent's going for full crackbacks here. They're gonna go to 3 life? Okay. Very surprised by that. Dead to 3 attacks from the flyer now. They must have removal for that. I mean, we've got enough mana now. We might be on just blocking Basilisk, because then they still don't proliferate us till Scrap Trap dies. Still don't corrupt us till Scrap Trap dies. This way, if they're win-con, or if they're out, is the card that blows up a card if you're corrupted, then they can't do it here. If they're out to our Pestilent Siphoners, the 5 mana 4/4 Vigilance, destroy a creature if your opponent is corrupted. That is not going to kill Siphoner. We stay at 2 poison. Thirsting Roots to proliferate. Okay, corrupted. Play the Viral Spawning then. I guess with Cultivator they have the mana up for that 4/4 thing. Bone Picker Scourge. That's a yikes. Yeah, it's a big yikes because of the lifelink here. Send in the squad. We're going to Whisper on Scourge. Have an Indestructible Drivnod afterwards. Lose some life to get it, but Indestructible Drivnod's kind of big here. They They have to chump with Cultivator, Whisper for the trade on Scourge. I guess they don't have to chump with Cultivator because they have lifelink. Here's Drivnod. I can pay 4 life, put an indestructible counter on it whenever I need it. Send in the squad. I take 4 damage if I don't block Scrap Trap and 4 damage if I block and give indestructible, so this is just straight up block, give indestructible here. Same damage either way. Cool. 4th poison counter onto us. Recast the viral spawning for another blocker. Play a land, pass turn. A couple rats here don't do too much. If I top deck a land, I can play both, so I'm going to Hunter Maze here. If it's not a land, it's probably something better to play than the rats, like a Whisper of the Dross. Yeah, that's pretty sick here. Okay, this is the correct block because it plays around Whisper. Oh, this is the wrong block because it does not play around Whisper. So we get them pretty bad for that. 2 indestructible counters on Drivnod for fun. There's a lot of other combat tricks in this format, though. Their other block was probably better against other stuff. Yeah, the other block was better against tricks that would make my creature bigger, rather than tricks that make theirs smaller. Like if I had Titanic Growth to save my creature from dying to their 3/3, couldn't save it from dying to the Death Toucher, so their block still makes a lot of sense. Just saying that it works well for us because of the specific trick that we had in hand there. So yeah, pretty rough one for our opponent, but we are happy to start off 1-0, get a nice match win there. 1-0 to start off the qualifier weekend, leaving with at least 1,000 gems. And start off on the play for round 2. A definite keep. Hunter Maze into Cankerbloom. Great interaction afterwards. Biggest issue is if they have cheap removal, we could run out of threats with only 1 creature in the opening hand. See how it plays out. More interaction for us. Another Whisper of the Dross it is. We just play a 2/2, we'll probably just Maze's Mantle the Cankerbloom. Ooh, that is a great target for Whisper of the Dross. And I think I'm more than willing to just do that while they're tapped out. Play around their own Maze's Mantle or any combat trick that gives any additional toughness. Pass turn. Contagious Vorak is the play. Maze's Mantle to beat that. And if they don't take the bluff, we'll probably drown it post-combat. Or just let it hang. Okay, took the... no. Took the bait. We will just get the 4/4. Win that combat then. I should have played my land first so I could have held up Whisper instead of just Cankerbloom's ability. One of the few times we actually do want to pre-combat our land. Whisper is going to be nasty against that. There's a Skull Bomb from our opponent, so they can still get some value, which is nice, but Whisper pretty incredible against Basilisk, as we saw last game. Like, they've got to run out of combat tricks eventually. No, we kind of kept a ton of combat tricks in the opener here. Could Cankerbloom the Skull Bomb, that doesn't seem worth it though, because they have to spend a ton of mana to use it. We'd rather keep our power toughness on board. Spread out amongst multiple threats as well, so we don't just fold to one removal spell. To your next atrocity. How badly do they want to corrupt us? Not that badly, they're not going to send it in. Spawning and hit for 8. Or sorry, drown and hit for 8, or spawning just to get more creatures here. Probably better to just hit for 8 immediately. Yeah, this feels better. Put them to 9. Pass turn. Skull Bomb. Picks up the Basilisk. We do hit land for turn to replay it. Kind of annoying for us to deal with. Offer the trade into our 3/2. Cankerbloom. If we don't take the trade, we hit for 3. Alright, we hit for 3. Better to viral spawning or Drivnod here. I mean, they have to block Drivnod if we play Drivnod, but they can just block it with Death Touch because we can't give Indestructible for a long time this game. So it might just be better to spawning. But we can't get an extra creature off spawning either, so to be mana efficient. I guess then I'm not holding up the Cankerbloom's abilities if they play any artifacts or enchantments that just like get us instantaneously. Not a ton of those though. We'll just be mana efficient. We'll play the Drivnod here. Likely just soaks up the Basilisk block to get these other 2 through. Ribskiff. Alright, doesn't really do anything here. Stinging Hivemaster. Okay, now it does do something. So what they can do here is they crew Ribskiff with Hivemaster. So they can use Ribskiff to block my 3/2 Cankerbloom. And they can put Basilisk on Drivnod. I would still get in for 5. And if they go for that, I can just Cankerbloom trade the 3/2 up into the 4/4. So they probably have to just trade Hivemaster into my 3/2. Well, I guess Hivemaster trades into Drivnod. That's, yeah, never mind. That's an issue. Hivemaster trades into Drivnod. Basilisk trades into 5/4 Cankerbloom. We do still get in for 3 and play another 3/3 off this viral spawning. We still have the mana for that, even if I cycle this Hunter Maze, so... I guess I don't have the mana to sack this Cankerbloom if I end up needing to. How much do I have left in my deck that really affects a combat for 3 mana? I don't think I have anything that affects a combat for only 3. I actually drew every single combat trick in the deck. Yeah, so we don't actually Hunter Maze here. We hold up the Cankerbloom mana. So we attack all, Hivemaster for Drivnod trades, 5/4 Cankerbloom for Basilisk trades, we put them to 3 life. If they go to crew the Ribskiff, that's going to play pretty poorly for them. Okay, so now what we can do is blow up Ribskiff, and then they have to Basilisk block Drivnod and go to 1 life, which seems significantly better. Putting them to 1 here. Yep. And now we don't sack the Hunter Maze, and this is why we waited, so I'd be open for if they went for that play. Sacking a Cankerbloom there. So if we ever have one more creature than they have blockers, we are going to kill them, so they have to play really defensively from this point on. Luckily their board state's pretty good at doing that, where the Mantis can attack and untap itself for blocks. Oh no! Skull Bomb off the top can make Cankerbloom an 8 power trampler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 toughness. That's exact lethal. because they have to block Cankerbloom with everything, which means that the beast gets in. So it's basically exactsies, even though I'm technically killing them a little overkill. Very good draw in the end for us there. So we'll start off this round 1-0. We're playing against a green-black deck with a lot of Basilisks. Really love Whisper of the Dross here. Yeah, it's just great in this matchup. Again, it feels like another matchup where I'm just really happy with everything we have in the main deck. Don't think Vraska's Fall looks great here because they have multiple Hive Masters. Potentially. We know they have one, at least. But they're in a color pair. They could have more. Still could be fine. But again, not like phenomenal. Pretty happy to just run it back again. See how things go in game 2 of round 2. This is pretty flooded out here. We need to draw pretty much straight gas. I feel like weirdly enough in this format I'm happier to keep a 1-landers than 5-landers. Yeah, we just aren't doing anything till turn 4, depending on what we draw into. If we hit more lands, it's going to be just a death sentence here. Testament Bearer to Drivnod's a bit of a combo. Can fill that grave pretty well, but Drivnod doesn't even seem that great, you know, generally. And against their deck, they could have Exile Removal or -4/-4 anyway. Yeah, I'm going to take this mulligan here. I don't love keeping a 5-card hand, 5-land hand here. This looks a lot better. We can just get rid of Drivnod. I like that our Mythic Rare kind of feels like the worst card in our deck. It's just kind of funny. I've got Skull Bombs in here, though, that are just also pretty filler. Do I just drown this immediately or just offer rat for rat? Could offer Cankerbloom for a rat. A little less excited about that. Plays around Whisper the Dross and leaves more toxic creatures with Bloated Contaminator. More Proliferate as well. Yeah. This could be fine. Not ready to boot open Craigslist for rat-seeking rat action right now. We're just going to Skull Bomb back the rat? Okay. Nice and slow start from our opponent. Fingers crossed they don't have Drown and Ichor right now. If they don't, we should have a really good lead on this game. We didn't see any removal from the last game, so who knows. Yeah, that's not a removal spell, so we'll just clear that right out of the way. Drop our rats. Missing out on a poison counter from the Proliferate, but getting 2 poison by hitting them here. And now here's our rat. Five mana now from our opponent. They're going to play their Blightbelly Rats and a Pestilent Siphoner. 1 green mana combat tricks in the format. There aren't really any, and if they do, we can just Maze's Mantle. Send in the squad. They just the Hexproof Indestructible one. The Mantle here or Testament Bearer? Having another 4/4 out feels good. But rat for rat is not bad, and having the Mantle for Contaminator later feels good as well, so I'm just going to let that happen. Run out the Testament Bearer. Put them to 5 poison. Cruel Grimnarch, that's really nasty here. That's horrific for us. The 5/5 blocker. And now we're just waiting and dying to Siphoner. Yeah, that's really good at the top end here. Yeah, that's going to be a huge card to recover. Cruel Grimnarch putting in major work. for our opponent. Don't even really have remove on our deck big enough to kill a 5/5. Guess we're just trying to hit enough proliferate cards or just go wide enough here. They have one blocker right now if I attack with everybody. They kill Contaminator, take 5, go to 7. Don't take any poison though. We pass here. Keep taking that Siphoner damage. We are corrupted if they have their own viral spawnings. I don't think we've seen any from this opponent yet. But they are in the color pair for them. On board, if I attack with everyone, they block Contaminator, take 8 and go to 7 poison. They'll be at 4 life and 7 poison. Feels worth it. They've got an instant speed removal spell. It's gonna be rough. But if they've got an instant speed removal spell, we're in a rough spot regardless. Yeah, that's really good here. Kills the poison creature as well. Well, probably going to game 3. Just can't get through 5/5 in our sealed pool. I think the only thing in our whole sealed pool that can get through a 5/5 is our mesmerizing dose. It's just so awkward. Yeah. Opponent just stabilized to put us in a top deck war that our deck's bad at winning because we don't have answers for Grimnark. We would just have to draw a ton of non-lands here to get wide enough. That's a really frustrating way to lose a game. Is to just be like, your sealed pool can't beat a 5/5 at common. It's like, yeah, you're kind of right. Could maybe have drawn a Whisper of the Dross with one of our 4-power creatures, but we're just drawing lands here. Guess that would be our only out would be Whisper or Drown or something to weaken it like pre-combat and then get attacks in. It's way too late now. Opponent has found a lot more action than we have. There's our own Siphoner to block theirs. They can still go wide to poison us though. We're at 8 poison now. There's Carnivorous Canopy. Did I play any artifacts last game? I guess I played Maze's Mantle. Alright. I know I didn't play any Flyers game 1. I was gonna say, it feels weird to still see that game 2 here. They at least saw Maze's Mantle game 1, I guess. Okay. Well, I mean, there's really not much to say there. Need Flyers to break through the 5/5. We don't really have a sideboard to break through a 5/5. I guess Predation would have done it as well. Yeah, Whisper of the Dross, Drown and Ichor, Skull Bomb, Predation are outs there. Maze's Mantle could work as well. Could side in the Immobilizer. Make our mana base worse. Run a bunch of cards that don't affect the board, like a couple Prisms. To do so. But I feel like the cards I just listed can be enough in most games. And we probably just want to be more streamlined since we're on the play again. We really want to try to curve out on them. It's like any benefit that we get from having a mobilizer to be able to deal with late game 5/5s, it's kind of nullified by the downsides of being on the play and then potentially just like turn 2ing a prophetic prism instead of curving out. By playing a little bit more, slower kind of build. Yeah, I think we just get a larger benefit of just maximizing the advantage of being on the play and just trying to curve out here. Get them before they drop the 5/5, and if they do, just try to have that predation, whisper, drown, anything like that to play pre-combat or during combat to try to win the fight against it. Find our last couple points of damage. Try to be on the play here and run with it. Well, 8/5 landers in this format. We have a 2-drop to start aggressively, and Whisper is good against their deck. It's a lot better 5 lander than we had last time. Could still draw poorly. 11 lands left in the deck, 33 cards in there, means exactly 1/3 of the deck is lands, so 2/3 of our draws on average are non-land here. Which does mean 1/3 of our draws are lands when we already have 5. Yeah, 1/3 of our lands, 1/3 of our draws on average being lands here is really sketchy. And that's if we have just average luck. If we get unlucky and draw more than 1/3 lands from this point on, we're really flooded. I think I have to mulligan, despite the opening Cankerbloom. This is a little better. We obviously need a green source, but we just drop Drivnod. Then we have a lot more playable cards. No interaction, though. If they turn to Siphoner us here, it's going to be not ideal. We do immediately hit the green source, so that is nice. Play the Cankerbloom here. If I play Cankerbloom, they follow up with their Blightbelly Rat. I'm not the most happy. Probably go Rat Hive Master. Start getting poison. Hitting them a little less hard. I guess if they just have Siphoner on 2 and not Rat, Cankerbloom's going to play better. But Rat is going to play way better if they just play any 2-mana 2/2, because I can just trade off and be okay with it. I'm going to go for the Rat here. And then, yeah, the upside of playing Cankerbloom isn't even that big here. We hit for an extra 1 damage, but here we're hitting for Toxic in case we get Viral Spawning, and we drew the Viral Spawning. So this actually plays better even if they don't play a creature now that we have a Viral Spawning in hand. Would actually rather play Hive Master than Viral Spawning right now. Because the big value of Viral Spawning is being able to get 2 creatures out of it. It's not really that it's a 3/3 instead of a 3/2, because yeah, they can play like 3/3s here, and then Hive Master is way better on board than a 3/3 token that just trades into it. Maze's Mantle's a ridiculous draw. They are not going to block at all, which means they're just corrupted here. A-okay with me. We'll drop Viral Spawning then, and have a bonus copy in the graveyard. They do play around Maze's Mantle there, which is... It was in our hand, but the fact that we had Viral Spawning in hand as well means we still get pretty advantaged by that. This turn I think I just want to play Cankerbloom Siphoner, so... Just hold the Rat back this time and don't play the Maze's Mantle. Save that for later. They try to Whisper the draws here, I will Maze's Mantle and just ruin their day. But if this trade is just going to happen, that's cool. The double removal? This still plays really well for me. Right, I trade Maze's Mantle on my 3/3 for Vorak, Whisper the Dross, Black Sun's Twilight, so I get a 2 for 3. I get a 2 for 3, and now the Twilight is not going to be able to be 5 or more. Yeah, that was still pretty advantageous there. We'll take those. Twilight, one of those cards that can really turn the game around later. Drivnod with 1 creature in grave. We definitely know those feels. We've done that before. Does not look great on this board state. Just send in Hive Master and they have to just let it in. Drop Cankerbloom Siphoner and then Skull Bomb for the lethal next turn. Alright, yeah. Drivnod just trades into the 3-2. That's just where they are at. And that, again, is what I was saying way back during deck building of why I'm not really that excited to play Drivnod, but because we have no other 5-mana, 4-mana creatures that we really want to play anyway, might as well. I can Skull Bomb back a creature, but then they're 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not dead on board, but close. Dead to Skull Bomb. But they did play another creature, so they're no longer dead to Skull Bomb. They'll go to 1 life if I Skull Bomb here. Removal? Yeah, Glare the Cankerbloom, sure. Okay. Rather Skull Bomb or Viral Spawning here? I'd rather just Viral Spawning again, just holding the Skull Bomb for a later turn of lethal. Siphoner for Siphoner is fine. Still go to 6 poison, 7 life, 3 toxic creatures on board, and the Skull Bomb in hand. Do I play it out? I'm gonna play around their canopy, honestly. Just why not? No! Should have played around the Grimnark! Oh my god, that's actually a huge punishment. Actually, huge punishment. That was so bad there. Predation doesn't even do anything. I guess it does post-combat. We have no other way to kill the Grimnark, so we kill it post-combat. We only lose a Might to do that as well, which is not horrific. No other way to get that thing out of here. Not a lot of ways to kill it in our deck. Mountain from our opponent. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I draw 1 Proliferate card, I will win. Yeah, we just need to draw 1 Proliferate card this game. Need to make it... Need them to not be able to exile Rat as well, so maybe I do send in Rat here. Just so that it dies in combat rather than gets exiled by Anoint, but we didn't see any Anoints in their other games. Basilisk. Viral Spawning's not bad at all. How many Proliferate cards do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? There are 7 Proliferate cards in here? Okay. We're not that likely to lose this game from here. About 1 and 3, a little less than 1 and 3 are Proliferators. I still don't think I play around their exile removal, because we saw none. Maybe it's for the best. Trade Stalker into one of their creatures, just whittle down the board a little. Probably not. I'm just gonna pass. There's Rib Skiff. Pretty great draw here, because it hits them another card. And there's Siphoner. Okay, that was really close. That was incredibly close for comfort. Almost punted away this game. Not like a super clear on-board punt, but the not playing the Skull Bomb there was really bad against Grimnark. I should have just remembered the Grimnark as being such a problem. In game 2, I was playing around the wrong cards there. We almost lost that game because I didn't play my Skull Bomb out. And I should have, yeah, I should have just played it out. Because, like, I mean, even if they had Canopy there, like, whatever. They spend 3 mana to deal with that. That means they're only playing a 3-mana creature. If we just played that out, we just already have an attack against the Grimnark and probably would have just killed them before they drew the mountain for Luca. So, while we won the round, pretty unhappy with how I played that game. I think that was sloppy there. We definitely should have played the Skull Bomb. Other than that, though, I think the deck performed pretty well. Pretty happy with the choice to just keep the streamlined green-black version, even though they have the Grimnark. Try to just play out that aggro on the play there. And happy with the mulligan as well, making sure we don't just flood out, and we can try to get a hand with more pressure. So, overall, solid stuff these first 2 rounds, but yeah, that Skull Palm play, when we knew about Grimnark, was almost our death sentence there. So, almost on the skin of our teeth there. We will be 2-0 starting off the qualifier weekend. We are now getting 3,000 gems out of the event no matter what. Feels pretty good. That's a pretty nice amount of gems to have in the account here. Alright, here we are round 3 on the play. We've been getting really lucky with these coin flips at the start of the game, being able to be on the play game 1 every time. Siphoner, Cankerbloom. 4 lands is still a bit iffy. Not as horrific as a 5-lander. I think I keep and I Cankerbloom on 2, but this hand could fall apart here. Okay, no 1-drop from our opponents, a good start for us. Play the Cankerbloom, just go for direct damage rather than poison counters to start the game off. Tends to be what we like to do. Yep, they have their own Siphoner. And is falling apart. That's 2 land draws in a row to start it off. Luckily, there's only 10 lands left in the deck now, so about 1 and 3. Yeah, we just play Siphoner and hold up. Use the Skull Bomb to get the Siphoner back after we go for a trade here. They probably combat trick us, but trading a combat trick into our 2-mana creature is not bad. If it's Complete Devotion, that's going to play pretty poorly, but other than that, not bad. Annex Sentry? That's kind of gross, because it just blows up Cankerbloom no matter what. Would I rather bank the Cankerbloom for if I ever kill Sentry later? Or just get Sentry off the board now? If I get Sentry off the board now, I don't have to deal with it constantly hitting me when I'm on just all lands currently. No good blocks for Sentry. But if I don't blow it up now, then if I blow up Sentry later, I get the Cankerbloom back. I think I have to blow this up now. With the way that my hand is made up here, just that on board is annoying. Alright, trying to get a lot of mileage out of our draw Skull Bomb here. A massive amount of mileage off of our draw Skull Bomb. Like Cankerbloom's probably better than Siphoner. Okay. See what our opponent has for us, turn 3. Sorry, turn 4 now. Skull Dweller, that's a really, really good card. We're happy they didn't have that turn 1, but that is spooky. Slam down Stalker Cankerbloom here. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty bad game for us. We've already flooded into 7 lands total, and our opponent is stuck on 3, which, while it makes it so they don't get to curve out super fast, in the end is going to mean they're going to have a lot of card advantage just by being able to play a lot more actual spells than us, just from hitting more non-lands than lands. And Edifice is disgusting against our deck. kills our stalkers, our pestilent siphoners. Card is really good here. We're gonna have to trade something into Skull Dweller eventually, regardless. It's probably gonna be something bigger later, so here you go, Skull Dweller. Keep them off corrupted. Yeah, this game is looking like a probable loss. They have 5 non-land cards in hand here. And we just hit a lot of lands. We should have... well, I don't know if it's enough to say that we should have taken a mulligan, because we are drawing just a lot of lands even after. Even just like statistically speaking. For keeping the 4-lander. The opening hand was really borderline here. Like, I think it's close to 50-50 on whether you mull or keep that. And we look like we got punished pretty hard for the keep, but they don't have a... They have 5 spells here, but nothing to play this turn. Maybe all removal? How much instant speed removal is there to kill a 3/3? Kind of a lot. Anoint with Affliction, the main one. I don't think I Skull Bomb targeting my 3/3. If I target my 3/3 and they have instant speed removal, they can respond by doing that, and I won't draw the card anymore because my legal target is gone and the ability will fizzle. So I think I genuinely have to play around removal and just draw a card without doing any extra damage here. Which is really awkward. Because we know they have stuff here. They have 5 non-land cards in their hand. They chose not to play anything during their turn. The odds of them having like an instant speed removal like Anoint for the Beast here are really high. And if they have that to punish us for using Skull Bomb, then we just get 2 for 1 to have no extra cards in hand or stuck on double swamp. We need to just naturally cycle the Skull Bomb. Contagious Vorak is a pretty good draw here. Another 3/3 that can get another poison on them. Or dig a land out of our deck, either way. Suppose shouldn't play a land yet in case I do want to draw one. I guess if I hit my land that draws a card, I'll pick that up, but any other land will probably proliferate. Oh, these all go to the bottom, don't they? Wow, that's really rough hits there. It happens. These could have just been on the bottom of our deck in the first place. We'll just pretend they were. Statistically just as likely to be down there. If I pull out this land, then all I'm doing is making sure that this land is not above these 3 cards if the game goes really long. That feels unlikely. We have no cards that shuffle our library, so we're just never going to see any of these 4. Yeah, I think it's better to just take the poison counter, because we're just never going to see those 4 cards. The game's not going to last another 20 turns. 21 turns. I don't know what is in their hand here. Maybe it's all combat tricks to kill one of our things. Put them to 9, they kill our toxic creature to stay uncorrupted. Offer the Vorak trade, because the toxic is valuable here. We need to get that 3rd poison counter. Use the Vorak to get the Edifice or a removal spell, or Edifice or a combat trick out of the way. Oh yeah, this is really good, because that could have drawn them a card at a different time. But it's not like exceptional, but it's way better that that happened there than any other time. And they may have had a toxic creature. So maybe the hand is just like all complete devotion. I guess we'll find out, because now we have another toxic creature to play. And they're about to have 5 drops. Pretty likely to have maybe Basilica Shepherds or something, the 3/3 flyers. Just a straight up trade that time. Alright, here's Hive Master. So next turn they like tap out for Basilica Shepherd and Hive Master attacks in well. Against that, if that is their 5 drop. Okay, if it's Masticore, we're just dead. I guess I have another Canker Bloom in this deck. We could draw into that. That's about it. Yeah. Just can't draw a lot. It's one of our 22 cards, I think, can save us. Yeah, 1 out of our 22. I'm really incredibly surprised that this game lasted as long as it did, because we have definitely flooded. Got punished for our opening hand. That was kind of the one thing we could really have done different here, was potentially mulligan. But again, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't like a huge misplay kind of mulligan. It was a really close decision. It was a very reluctant keep. Well, we know they top decked another land. Hive Masters, they just attack with Masticore. Hive Masters legit just going here. I guess they don't need the Shepherd when they have a Masticore on board. That's the problem. They can just take the trade and stay uncorrupted. Yeah, not much else we can do there anyway. Now if they've hit more lands, they can just kill our mites. Pretty sure they're on 4 non-lands here though. How the game has played out. They might want to kill the rat instead of the mite instead of the rat here, because if they kill the rat, we get to corrupt them. They are still going to kill the rat though. Maybe threatening lethal. We're taking 7 on board, going to 5, or they just think the life total pressure is worth it, which is fair too. Kill our 1 creature that can't block. Yeah, I'm really, really surprised this game has gone as long as it has, because our opponent like really had the card advantage at all times here. They've had 5 more non-lands naturally, because we have 10 lands versus 5, and they have a lot of cards that are really good 2-for-1s against our deck, like Edifice here, that came in, killed one of our creature and stayed on board. Annex Sentry can be a potential 2-for-1. So, yeah, this game definitely didn't go in our favor, but I think this matchup could be fine for us in the future. If we just draw a little better, maybe mulligan a little more aggressively next time. That was just kind of the only decision of the game, was mulligans there. So, black, white, toxic. A lot of flyers. If we had our own canopy, we'd put it in. Good artifact as well with Sentry and Edifice. Could sideboard around the Edifice, but that's the only card that we saw from them that kills 1/1s. So we probably just kind of hope they don't draw it. I mean, we don't have a lot of 1 toughness creatures. We just had them that game, I think. Now that I think of it, we have 2 1 toughness creatures in the whole deck. We have Stalker and Siphoner. We just had both of them that game, which made me think that our deck's pretty bad against that. I guess we have Testament Bearer, Stalkers. Yeah, we have 3 1 toughness creatures in the whole deck. That's not that bad. We don't need to change things around for the Edifice there. Pretty confident our green-black deck is still the best here. Our Whisper of the Drosses are phenomenal in this matchup against Skulldweller Siphoner. Our Drown and Iker is fantastic. -4/-4 kills everything they played except for the Masticore. And again, our Sealed Pool has 0 removal for Masticore. We can tap it down, but then they can just blow up Dose. We can tap it down with a Mobilizer, then they can blow up a Mobilizer. I guess I could side in red for artifact removal. Double Shrapnel Slinger, Gleeful Demolition would be the red deck here. If we go green-red, we play a deck that's better against Masticore. Actually like the Red Sun's Twilight over the cheaper thing there. Poison's worse here. We cut that. Cut Skull Bomb. Cut Mantle. Kind of excited about this potentially, but I think I'm gonna still roll green-black Toxic, so we're not gonna commit this deck, but maybe game 3 we'll do that. On the play though, I like our green-black Toxic, just trying to curve out, get some poison on them here. Yeah, like this looks great for this matchup. Much more confident keep than last game. Could definitely see a game 3 pivot to green-red though. On the draw, we want to be more defensive, more interactive, and having more ways to deal with a late-game Masticore would feel better there. All Predation is going to be nice. We're going to drop that instead of the Vorak, probably. I guess Vorak does block the Duelist perfectly fine. But they have a lot of complete devotions, potentially. We know they have at least one. Curve out less well. We probably just try to play really uninteractive Magic here on the play and just go all in here. Where we drop the Siphoner, drop Vorak, and then, like, even if they play a complete devotion to kill Vorak, they're not playing any more creatures this turn, which feels good. I'm just constantly putting Contaminator on bottom. And then they're just immediately corrupted for viral spawning. Skull Dweller. Skull Dweller, Siphoner. Okay, so they are not attacking into Vorak. Can Predation their Siphoner or play spawning right now. Not in love with either. Think I get the Siphoner out of here though. Get them corrupted. Skull Dweller gets in, but we still have the block for Duelist if they don't have the combat trick. Head Cleaver is the play. Get in for their one poison with Skull Dweller. Vorak trade for Skull Dweller is not the end of the world. We could just do that here, but with multiple Whispers in the deck, I think I just take it. Testament Bearer is the draw. It's an okay double block on Head Cleaver, I suppose. Probably would rather play that than a 3/3 right now. The viral spawning, because next turn I can just double it up, make 2 3/3s, make the most of all of my mana. This curves out a little better by going Testament Bearer into double spawning next turn. How badly am I demolished by Complete Devotion if I double block Head Cleaver? Kind of not at all. They draw another card, but we still kill Head Cleaver? He's 6 toughness against 7 power? They'd kill both our creatures, but be dead. And we draw a card off Testament Bearer, then we just double up spawning. This attack means they definitely have Complete Devotion. Okay, they're just gonna do this. Oh, 1-for-1 trade Testament Bearer for Head Cleaver? That feels exceptional. I could pick up a Cankerbloom or a Stalker. I feel like Cankerbloom's generally just better. Because Stalker just trades into any blocker they have, even though it is threatening a lot of poison. The small body's pretty rough. And Cankerbloom can still proliferate later, which is nice. So it can still help the poison game plan in the end game. Okay, Indoctrination Attendant, get a 3/4 body. That's gonna hold off our 3/3s. But Pestilence Siphoner's still doing its thing. So they're already at 5 poison. We again have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards that'll proliferate when we cast them in our deck. I mean, the odds of hitting all 5 of those are pretty low, so we do want to get a couple more poison on them throughout this game, but if it does go long, decent amount of proliferate outs to find the last bit of poison, if we can just chip in for a few more here. Alright, well, we're going to stay uncorrupted and just deal with that. Skull Dweller finally, we'll have to trade something into it eventually anyway, so here goes the Vorak. Love having the Cankerbloom here so that we don't lose to Masticore. Like if we just keep the board state as is, just keep chipping in with Siphoner, have the Cankerbloom if they Masticore. Got plans. We even have the 8/3 Indestructible because of all those creatures in grave. Could even just hold Cankerbloom in hand. Black, black, 1, 2, 3, because it does cost all my mana to play Drivnod and give it Indestructible without losing life. And Cankerbloom's not going to be attacking or blocking at all because we want it around for the Masticore, so we want to play it safe there. Here's Drivnod. Indestructible blocker, indestructible attacker. Big old 8/3. They play a land. They're on 5 mana again. They did sacrifice a Fair Basilica. Earlier in the game. They're going to play an Annex Sentry on our Siphoner. We might have to Cankerbloom that. I'm not super happy with that. But when they're at 6 poison, it might be worth Cankerblooming that, because Drivnod's going to be indestructible against the Masticore, and it can just block it forever at least. But yeah, if they follow this up with Masticore after I've Cankerbloomed Sentry, that's going to play pretty poorly for me. But if Masticore's still waiting in their deck here, getting more poison on them feels big. Oh, thank God. So now I can just drown an Iker the Annex Sentry, put them to 7 poison, get our Toxic Flyer back. We're also threatening 8 damage a turn. They kind of have to chump Drivnod. And we still have decent blocks, because we're going to be killing Sentry. And I could just keep Cankerbloom. Cankerbloom also always threatening to get the 8th poison counter after Drown and Iker. Okay. chump from the attendant. Oh, they're reading Drivnod. I don't think they realized it had indestructible. Kill the Annex Sentry. Get the Siphoner back. Now I can play Canker Bloom. Holding up Canker Bloom's ability or Hunter Maze's ability based on what happens. Alright, so do we want to swap to the red? Because I feel like the red's pretty good. Against Annex Sentry, Testament Bearer, and God, what is it? The Masticore. We also run less 1/1s because we don't run Siphoner or Stalker in the green-red deck. We can run Red Sun's Twilight even to try to use their own cards against them. And we are on the draw here. I guess I do have 1 toughness things. Oh yeah, I've got like 3 1 toughness things against the Testament Bearer. And a Phyrexian Goblin from Chimney Rabble. It is so close. Like, we get double Slinger, Demolition, Red Sun's Twilight, although we probably cut Demolition, keep Twilight. Potential stronger card. I really don't love not having the Whispers and the Drown and Ichor, because I feel like those are good enough in this matchup to make up for the worst removal against Masticore. I mean, I could go for just like Gleeful Demolition, but I still have double Canker Bloom against Masticore. I weirdly enough legitimately think I just run it back again. Like, I still have 2 removal spells for Masticore. I don't need like 5 million like I get from playing green-black. Or from playing red-green. Red's the easiest color to splash though because we have Black Cleave Cliffs, but we'd have to go Cliffs, Terramorphic Mountain. But again, we just be splashing a Demolition, which is basically just a much less flexible version of our 2 Canker Blooms that we already have. It's like a fine swap out here. Like, unless I go really deep into red, like splashing in would just be for like Demolition, so we're just gonna run it back again. I just need to hit more gas in the opening hand, maybe mulligan a little more aggressively here. We are on the draw this time, though. Important to keep that in mind heading into Game 3 of Round 3. Well, there you go. No mulligans required. Turn 2, Blightbelly Rat or Canker Bloom. With a backup Canker Bloom, we have Whisper of the Dross, which looks excellent in the matchup against their Bilious Skull Dweller and Pestilent Siphoners. They're going to go tap land turn 1. We will play Swamp pass turn. Tap land turn 2. We will go for straight damage or go for poison. In this matchup, honestly, I think it's okay to hit a little less hard to save Canker Blooms. Save Canker Blooms for when they go Annex Sentry, because if I play this and then they Annex Sentry the first Canker Bloom, that's going to be sad. If they Annex Sentry Rat, that's fine. Okay, Edifice is the play. A-okay with me. Don't have the mana to Maze's Mantle here. Could kill it with Predation and start poisoning them so that when I do play Vorak, I can proliferate. Although Vorak is quite likely to want to just hit a land. But I'm pretty cool with Predation here. Get this thing out of here. It's going to be a 3-4. Yeah, 3-4 fights well. Hits them for 3. Gets a poison counter on them. Again, we save the Canker Blooms for now. I don't really want a Canker Bloom trade into an Edifice. That feels bad. Hex Gold Hover Wings. First time we've seen that. That is a very good card. Trade into their 2-2 Rebel seems fine. Or we hit for 2 and a poison. We either hit them for 2 and a poison, or we trade and put a poison on them with Proliferate. Alright. Cool with me. They do have to spend some mana to move this Hover Wings around. I don't think it's good enough to just immediately bowl up with a Canker Bloom, but it's nice to have the option. And my only other option this turn is to play a Skull Bomb and hold up Whisper. So I think it's better to just dump the Canker Bloom on board and pass. Have it out here. The only way that this wouldn't be the best play is if they literally have land Masticore in hand, because now they can play around the first Canker Bloom. But even then, like, I have draw Skull Bomb and a second Canker Bloom. Alright, Siphoner is really good for us. We can Whisper that and play another Canker Bloom. Feels like the line. I'm going to go for the attack here. If they want to try to use a trick to kill Canker Bloom, we can really get them with Whisper. Okay, hit them for 3. Now we Whisper, play Canker Bloom 2, and again, even if all these Canker Blooms die, we have Skull Bomb if they end up playing Masticore. And if they don't die, then we're just hitting them for like 6 a turn, if we can keep the path clear enough. There is land number 5, but if they have Masticore, they're facing down 2 Canker Blooms, so that is just not an option. Vivisection Evangelist, uncorrupted, has gotta feel bad. 4/4 Vigilance, though. Could be 4/4 Vigilance flying with Hover Wings. Do I 2-for-1 myself to kill that because it's so big? Could be fine. I feel like I'd rather just play Vorak, pick up a land, play a Skull Bomb, play the green one, and then pass turn, let them put the flying on it and hit us with it. But then we have a Vorak attack with Maze's Mantle ready. Feels good. Yeah, and if I don't hit a land here, I do have that backup of just putting a 4th poison on them, which is fine, but land is better right now. And I could have just held the mana up to blow up Hover Wings if they move it around instead of going Skull Bomb, but if they move Hover Wings around, they're not really advancing their board state too much. They're just poking us for 5 and chilling. Then we just attack with everybody. Alright, cycle the Dross Pits to draw a card. Play a Duelist of Deep Faith. That is a-okay. Alright, so Maze's Mantle defeats Evangelist with the Vorak. The Canker Blooms would 1-for-1 trade into Duelist. Not a big fan of that, but they do block a lot worse than they attack here, and I'm likely to be spending enough mana to not be able to play another creature on blocks. So I'm actually kind of okay with an attack all, but then if they block both Canker Blooms, that's a little sad. Yeah, maybe we're just on the Vorak attack here, play Spawning if they don't block to block Duelist. If they do block, I guess we get hit by Duelist next turn. Okay, they are going to go for the block there, so Maze's Mantle it is. I would almost rather not reveal the Skull Bomb to them, so they don't know that they have to fight through three Canker Blooms, but what possible way could they have to fight through both these Canker Blooms, get them exiled from our grave, and not have to deal with another one? Feels really unlikely. It feels a lot more likely that we get punished for not making the most of our mana here, so play the Skull Bomb pass. As they just go anoint, anoint on both Canker Blooms. Exile, exile. Annihilating Glare the Vorak, sacking the Wings. Actually pretty solid for me. It was a 5/5, it was kind of like big enough it had to be dealt with. But I like the Hover Wings getting out of here. Okay. Enough mana to play Hive Master or Spawning. Can't do both, can't crack a Skull Bomb and do one of those. I'll just trade into Duelist on attacks at this point. We've got the Skull Bomb on board. We have basically 3 Canker Blooms. They have a Complete Devotion. That's kind of nasty. Shoot, yeah, maybe should have waited. They don't have Complete Devotion, though, so not punished. Go Spawning or Hive Master here? I think I go Hive Master first still. Because if they play any like 3/3s of their own, Hive Master is a creature I'd rather be attacking with than the card that could die here. Feels like we're in a great position, but they have like all non-land cards here. Bilious Skull Dwellers to play. They're going to pass through. That's going to trade into Hive Master, or they'll just take the 3. We've got the 6 mana to double spawning here, so we'll just keep Cankerbloom. Yep, trade into Hive Master. Probably playing it overly safe with Cankerbloom here, because we have that Skull Bomb. So here's Viral Spawning, here's Viral Spawning. They're multiple mana away from an Eternal Wanderer or White Sun's Twilight being some kind of just a Deus Ex Machina to save them. They need 2 more lands for the Wanderer. They have Charge of the Mites, which doesn't do anything here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage on board. Skull Bomb makes it 13. They need a 1 mana removal spell to not die. Could have Annihilating Glare. That is what it's going to be. Kill one of the toxic creatures. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 6, 7. Hit them down to 1 life and draw a card here is the play. Doesn't matter what I target. Pick up a Pestilent Siphoner as the draw. We'll run it out. Now they need a flying blocker as well as being able to kill the rest of our board. And there we have it. We are going to be 3 wins down. That is 3 match wins, 3-0 to start off the qualifier weekend. We have now made it up to a 5,000 gem reward. Heading into round 4. Round 4, we are winning a lot of coin flips today. We get to be on the play game 1. I need to hit 1 land to go for Contaminator here. I need to hit a swamp pretty badly. This is a risky keep. 2 draw steps to find a swamp, mainly. 2 draw steps to find any land, then I go Contaminator into spawning. I feel like this is explosive enough to go for that greed. Rather be keeping 2 landers than 5s. Opponent does take a mulligan here. 2 mulligans for our opponent. Some more just great luck so far. Although if I do miss some lands here, then that will balance things out. Actually, probably just start skewing in our opponent's favor. Okay, we hit a 2-drop. If I hit 2-drop into land, that's pretty insanely good for us. So green-white from our opponent, played Duelist to Deep Faith. Probably have to take the trade on blocks, and we hit 2-drop into land as the first 2 draws here. Phenomenal start for us. Let's see if they can kill a bloated Contaminator, because if not, this game might end nice and quickly for us. Cycle the Skull Bomb, that sounds like a no to me. Digging for 2 mana removal like a Planar Disruption. They do hit it. Unfortunate. Well, we do have Cankerblooms in the deck, and we've hit our black source, and they're down to 3 cards in hand, so we are still in a great position on board. I'm going to go for the spawning because I get to hold up Whisper when I do that. And it's the biggest creature that I can play here. Another Maze Skull Bomb to cycle through their draws. Dig for some more real plays. Drop a tapped Fair Basilica and pass the turn. We are going to get some poison in here. Probably play Rat's Cultivator, hold up Whisper here. I guess I can't hold up Whisper if I play Rat, but probably best to play the Rat. So we go Rats, Cultivator, pass the turn. 5 mana for our opponent now. There's an Oil Gorger Troll with no oiled up cards, so it's just going to be a 3/4 blocker, and we're going to go ahead and get that out of the way with Whisper of the Dross, I think. Or with Drown and Icor. Could try to get it out of the way with Whisper and save Drown for something else. But if I drown here, I guarantee that they are corrupted. Whereas if I go for the Whisper kill and they block Blightbelly Rat, I guess they take 1 toxic here, take another toxic from Rat, but I might lose a creature there. I feel like it's better to just drown this, hit them with everything, and play another 3/3 Toxic here. I'm even going to hit them with Cultivator. And they're going to scoop them up there. Just a pretty bad opening hand for them after a mulligan to 5. So very, very lucky game for us on the monocolored 2-card keep. So white-green with some oil stuff. Probably have their own Rustvine Cultivator style cards. They could have Evolving Adaptive that our Whispers are good against. Our Drown is obviously great. I don't think we saw enough cards to really sideboard much. But we know that they're green-white, so it feels like a bad matchup for trying to pull in the Vraska's Fall or anything, again, because they could have some might tokens. We saw an enchantment-based removal spell. About the only important card that we saw. We don't really have anything against that. We just have the main deck Cankerblooms. Nothing to really swap around. I'm pretty happy to play round 2, get some more information there at least. And maybe get a nice 2-0. We'll see. Worst case scenario, we can learn a lot more about their deck in game 2. Not that we've really ended up doing too much sideboarding today. Feels like our main deck is about as good as you get. So opponent's on the play and took a mull to 6, which makes me feel like this could be an okay keep. Be pretty happy to mulligan this generally, but if they do have 1-drops with 1 toughness, the Whisper is going to be really good for us. Like if they have the Evolving Adaptive, stuff like that. Worst case scenario, we start things out on 3. We've got good removal, we've got several non-land cards. It's just a 3-lander. So if our opponent just kept a 7 straight up on the play, probably would mulligan this, try to find something that can play a creature before turn 3. But this should be decent enough here. Their deck seems kind of slow, and they had to take a mulligan, so it's probably not the best hand ever. Yep, not going to do anything until turn 4, and they're just going to play a 2/4 at that point. Predation is perfectly good at killing that, but so is Whisper of the Dross, and that's a much cheaper way to do it. Although I could Predation plus Cankerbloom and save the instant speed trick for something else later. I also hit them a little harder that way. And then I can actually proliferate the poison onto them later. Yeah, if I Whisper here, though, I can trade Cankerbloom into the sack, which is like trading Cankerbloom into 3 3/3s. So I'm actually going to go for the Whisper play here. Now that I think of it, yeah, so we will Whisper the Enforcer, and then I am going to Cankerbloom the sack, because then I basically kill all 3 of their 3/3 golems. Get rid of a lot of their long game value here this way. Now we have Predation for their next threat, and Necrosquito to try to be our game ender here. I'll just drop Necrosquito now. I don't think I need to Predation Raptor. If we trade Hivemaster into it, that's fine. Necrosquito gets bigger. So we go Necrosquito, send in Hivemaster. Drop Cultivator. We play the Necrosquito pre-combat so that if one of my creatures dies, the Necrosquito gets bigger. Alright, Predation of their own. It's a bit rough. That is going to make us want to Predation more aggressively in game 3. We know they have that. Skrelv doesn't really do anything if Skrelv is the only creature on their board. So I kind of like Predation on Raptor and just hit with everybody. While Skrelv is summoning 6 so they can't give Hexproof. But now if we get any future removal, we have to use it on Skrelv before anything else, but I think that's okay. Just hit for 5 here. Drop Cultivator. And pass the turn. We are having another one of those games that's a little awkward where it's a lot better to be kind of mana screwed than mana flooded, and we know our opponent has only 4 lands, 2 non-lands here, but we're drawn pretty well now. Skull Bomb's a great one. Pick up Necrosquito most likely, although Cankerbloom's nice too. 3 mana. If I pick up Cankerbloom, I can immediately replay it. Save Hivemaster here. Necrosquito is a big card, though, potentially, as the game progresses. I think I'd rather go Cankerbloom. More mana efficient. And still pretty great on this current board. Blow up the Disruption or the Skrelv. And I can just hit them with it for now. Yeah, we've got a Maze's Mantle. I should just hit them, because we hit just as hard if I hit them with Cankerbloom or if I save Hivemaster and hit them with that. Alright, well, opponent just did not hit a lot of gas there. No idea what was in their hand, because it was all non-creature. Must have just been a lot of 5 mana stuff, maybe? Maybe a bunch of combat tricks with just a Skrelv down. But we'll take those. That is now going to be 4-0, and we're leaving the event with at least 7,500 gems. A lot of value out of today's event. Here we are in round 5, and our opponent is going to start things off on the play. I don't think I can keep this one lander. I can cycle the Skull Bomb away, and I am on the draw, but I only have 1 2-mana card, and then it's all 3 or more. A little extra risky here. Out of all formats, though, this is kind of the format of keeping 1-landers. So we go Swamp turn 1 into Skull Bomb. Hope to have hit a land on that draw, but if we don't, we can wait till next turn. Maybe we've hit a land by then. If we haven't, we cycle Skull Bomb, and then we've seen 3 cards before we need to play our first land. And we would way rather be mana screwed than mana flooded. So it just means we'll be playing a ton of stuff throughout the game later. This is potentially a keep, but I still think it's a bit risky. We'll go for the Mole this time. All those 3s. Oh no. Not like this. I mean, that's how we've gotten a lot of our wins. Our opponents have had to mull down to like 2. Or mull twice, mull down to 5. And it looks like that's going to be us this time, because even if we hit a land, if it's not a swamp, we only have Cankerbloom. Maybe should have just kept a 7. Alright. Gonna have to go down to the 5 here. Start off with the Cultivator. Use that as our 3rd land. Yep. That's what we've got. Opponent is on the play and has a full grip of 7 against us on the draw with 5 cards. So not an excellent start here. We'll see what we can do. Bladed Ambassador turn 2 is very filthy. That can give itself indestructibility, removing that oil counter from it. So we are not going to have any good blocks for that card pretty much ever. So we're going to be taking 3 a turn for quite some time. Although if they ever tap out of the mana for using the ability, I guess I could trade Cultivator into it, but that's very unlikely. They can just play everything in main phase 2 after they've decided they don't need to use the ability that turn. Yep, so here's the Stinging Hivemaster. Okay. Mantle can make Cultivator a 2/4. Plays really bad against instant speed interaction from our opponent, but if they don't have any, it could be good here. Probably better to play it a little safer. And just Hivemaster block their Hivemaster. Just gonna bank the oil on Cultivator. Skull Bomb's not that valuable to put on board right now. We'll keep the oil for ramping on a more pivotal turn later. Complete Devotion's pretty gross here, not much I can do about it. They have a 2-drop as well. That would be super gross. Okay, they don't have a 2-drop at least, so they don't get to Devotion and still expand their board. Are getting some Toxic with the Might. It's not horrific. Works our way up for the viral spawning. Go Cankerbloom Skull Bomb here. Could still try to Maze's Mantle, but again, seems very risky against instants. Against all the potential tricks and instant speed removal spells they can have in black-white. They can have Anoint, they can have Complete Devotion, they can have all that kind of stuff. So since we're not going to do that, we'll play the Skull Bomb and the Canker Bloom and pass the turn. Probably not anywhere near an aggressive enough position to get too much value from the +3/+3 from Canker Bloom, or from Skull Bomb, so likely to cycle that card. Their hand just all combat tricks? No, we will actually trade into Hive Master and take 3. And Cultivator's good at blocking Phyrexian Mites, and yeah, we've kept that Scourge far away from Corrupted. We don't have a single poison counter, so it's just a 2/2 flyer. Alright, so I will go ahead and cycle this Skull Bomb here. We are just not getting a +2/+3 trample attack in. I could with this Mite, but I think it's much more worth it just play another creature right now. Probably would rather play Viral Spawning. I don't really want to try to trade Testament Bearer into the Bladed Ambassador's oil counter. It would be fine, but then my Cultivator's tapped and we can't block their Might. We get like a free block on Might here and get another oil on Cultivator, so I think it's Viral Spawning time, and then we pass the turn. Now we are still really getting beaten down by this Ambassador, but we're also worried about the Scourge. Feels like a good matchup for our deck. Our double Whisper of the Dross is great against the Ambassador. Another round. I don't think we're going to do too much sideboarding here. We are just starting this game pretty far behind again, mull to 5 and on the draw here. So we're definitely pretty far behind. It looks like our opponent is pretty favored right now, but that's to be expected. All of our incredible luck earlier in the event had to catch up with us at some point. Gonna have to play from behind in at least one game. Drown and Ichor on the Cultivator. Interesting. This way we don't have a block set up for the 1/1. And we look like we're really stuck on mana. I mean, everything in our deck is like 3 mana, so we don't actually need the Cultivator mana that much. Yeah, I guess this is pretty fine. I think this is probably better for us than if they killed the 3/3. The big issue here, though, is that Ambassador gets another oil counter. That's going to be atrocious. Swooping Lookout is the play. 4 mana up. We're at 6 life. Yeah, no, we're just dead. We just died of the flyers and 2 attacks. If I attack both, they block the Might with the Lookout, then I could play Maze's Mantle, but I die on the Crackback because even though I kill Lookout, they're attacking for 6. With the other creatures. Feels like I have to just attack with the spawning token and then play another creature. And then we just take... And we're probably dead. If they have any removal, we're dead. Yeah, this Ambassador was disgusting. We just need Whisper of the Dross when they've got Ambassador. That thing's responsible for the majority of their damage this game. Dead to Complete Devotion here. And they're just going to use the oil on Ambassador. Super dead on board next turn unless I hit something great off of this. I don't think I want to show them any more cards. I guess I could show them a Vorak. Like, what are they going to draft around a Vorak? So I guess I'll pick up the Whisper and still play another turn. That could be pivotal if we hit something to deal with one of these flyers as well. we have the slightest chance ever of surviving another turn. Alright, Evangelist. Pretty happy I kept myself uncorrupted, but yeah. Just played the game from behind here on the Mold of 5 on the draw. And they are going to curve out and kill us there. Bladed Ambassador, the biggest piece of our downfall. If Whisper was in the opening hand, I think this game could have played out a lot differently, and we might have still got a victory after the mole, but yeah, things kind of just caught up to us here, and we are going to start this round off with a loss. As I said before, though, confident we have a good matchup here. We just need to draw a little bit better. Another game that felt like the biggest decision of the game was down to mulligans. Potential that the 7-card one-lander could have panned out better for us. But again, we could have also just got punished there because we ended up keeping a 2-lander on our Multi 5, I think, with a Cultivator in it. And then we only drew 2 lands all game. So imagine we kept the 1-lander and then just drew 2 lands. We would still be really dead. Yeah. Another mulligan that felt kind of close. 1-lander felt real greedy, but potential to pan out. I don't think we really have a sideboard here. We just need to just consider Complete Devotion, play around that. Other than that, though, we like the Whispers against the 3-1. Like the Drown and Ikers, they can even kill their 5-drop cards. They've got some flyers here. We could put in the 1-3 reach, I guess, but I don't really like putting that in when we're on the play. We're likely to be on the beat down here, where playing a 1-3 is just not what we want. So maybe on the draw, game 3, we can put in the long legs, because they do have multiple 1-2, 2-2 style flyers that a 1-3 can block well. Also, obviously, blocks mites. So if we know we're on the draw and we're likely to be the one blocking instead of attacking, long legs can be okay. It's about the only card I'm really at all interested in. Definitely not Vraska's Fall, definitely not another Skull Bomb or anything. Yeah, run it back for game 2. Definitely on the play here. We've got Cultivator into Stalker into Contaminator. That's a keep if I've ever seen one. We even have the Cultivator to untap the Swamp for Drivnod in the late game. If 3 creatures are dead, that could be pretty good. If they're not, it's going to be pretty bad. It's a 5-drop that trades into their 3-drop. But if 3 creatures are dead, our opponent's going to have a field day with that. They are black-white, so more than any other color pair, they probably have at least one like pacifism removal spell in white, one exile removal spell in black. I can deal with it even if it's indestructible. But again, it's like our very late gameplay. We don't need to worry about it not being incredible. Actually, just poke them here? No, we've got a Drivnod in hand, so we can curve out with Stalker, Contaminator, turn 4 Drivnod, and then we can Skull Bomb the Drivnod, so even if it doesn't have indestructible, it's just a gigantic trampler. Yeah. I think we do put the oil down here so that we can turn 4 the Drivnod if we hit 1 land in the next 2 draw steps. Could also just Skull Bomb this turn if I want to, off of Cultivator. Feels unlikely, though. Ossification, alright. They ossify the Cultivator, I'm living the dream, but ossifying Stalker's also not bad for me. Because we're about to play something that is much more ossifiable, and then after that, another thing that's even more ossifiable. Guess I could run out the Skull Bomb now. Don't think I'm just gonna get in for one. Because then my oil counter's gone and I can't Drivnod next turn. Alright, fingers crossed. The fact that they ran out ossification so quickly probably means another removal spell. Yeah. Well, I can Skull Bomb back the Contaminator at least. There's Cankerbloom to kill the ossification and then have 2 creatures in grave after I do that. I'm just going to Drivnod against the empty board, and maybe now they're out of removal. And even if they're not, they play probably a 3-power blocker, and then we Skull Bomb and hit them for like 5,000 damage. Is this removal spell number 3? Is their removal just insane? No, oh, it's a 2/4, it's not even 3 power? They don't have a 3 power creature in hand? That is rough for our opponent. We don't even have to Skull Bomb here then. Get in there, 8/3. Now I can Skull Bomb it next turn and attack with 11 trampling power. So I play around the discard spell. The discard spell in this format is 6 mana, so I don't think I do. I think I'd rather surprise them with the Skull Bomb on Drivnod. And I don't think I'm going to Kink or Bloom this Ossification. I think I'm just keeping a 3/2. They might attack us with Head Cleaver here, wanting to just get 2 poison to potentially, proliferate afterwards, get us to Corrupted, so that when they get to 5 mana, they can use their removal. But they're going to be down a blocker if they do that, so this could be a rough one for them. I could double block here. They kill Cankerbloom. And if they go for a combat trick, then we respond by ossifying, and we're still not really down a creature. I mean, I'm down a Cultivator, but that's it. Alright, this is fine on board. Okay. Sure. Trade up into the 2/4 there. Now they play a 3 power creature and then we Skull Bomb. Yep, there's the 3 power creature. We're about to ruin their day if they don't have a +3 power trick or the Death Touch Indestructible thing. If they have Death Touch Indestructible, that's rough for us, but if they don't, Skull Bomb is not going to be fun for them. They have to block that, so we get in for 1 with Cultivator. We get in for like 8 damage. Even if they have Death Touch Indestructible, we still hit for 8. Yeah, that's 1 life for our opponent. 3 creatures on board. 2 Engrave. Yeah. Well, that's probably the most work we've ever seen Drivnod do, and we didn't even put the Indestructible counter on it that game, so... They did have a very creature-light hand. Them only having the 1 3 power creature was really pivotal for us, because that let us really get that huge value off the Skull Bomb. They seem to have some excellent removal in their deck. Drown and Ichor and Ossification. That was pretty good. Again, I think I'm running it back. Unfortunately, on the draw for game 3, we could go long legs here, which again seems fine. Maybe it's better than Stalker on the draw, because Stalker just doesn't block well at all. But they can also just hit slower, dirtly hands like this, where Stalker's still going to be good. Like, Stalker was fine this game, drew removal from them, and I think it would have been, even if we were on the draw this game, Stalker would have been fine. Although they would have gotten the Hive Master down a little earlier. Although I don't think that was in their opening hand, because they didn't play that till like 5 or 6 mana. Yeah, I mean, it's like long legs for Stalker is about the only potential change here. And I'm just going to run it back. Need a forest badly, or we are not doing much here. Opponent has taken 1 mulligan. 8 green sources in the deck out of 33 cards-ish. Less than a 1 in 3. Finding our green source, but we're on the draw. Kind of have 3 draw steps before we need a green source. It's only a little less than a 1 in 3 of hitting a green source. Hitting a land is pretty likely. Like 40%-ish. 14 lands in the deck. Yeah, Untap says 42% chance at lands, and we have 3 draw steps before we need to hit 1 to not miss a land drop. Not an incredible hand. It's probably about as good as most 6-card hands, though. Like 1 in 4 green sources. Wait, 4 draw steps. Draw step 3 is turn 3. On average, we miss until turn 4. And then we have the green source, so we play these off curve a bit. Cultivator's much worse later in the game, too. I might actually mulligan, because Cultivator, even if we hit the green source, is just worse later. But Rat into Spawning's really good. Cankaloom's good. This is another incredibly close mulligan choice, similar to that one game that we lost when we mulliganed into just a slower hand. On the draw, I'm going to keep this one here. Uh-oh. Swooping Lookout turn 1. Skull Bomb actually does help the hand, because we can cycle that into turning that into a land. Digging closer to a land, at least. Ooh, we've got a Vorak we could play next turn if we're really lucky. We'll just drop the Blight Belly Rat here. So your opponent has 1 drop. Not have a 2 drop. Do they have a 3? They don't have a 3 either. Alright, land draw number 3. Statistically speaking, this is where we hit any land. Probably not, yeah, not super likely to immediately hit a forest here, but hit at least 1 land. Throw the rat in here. Vraska's Fall the rat, that's fine. Are they running Vraska's Fall and Planar Disruption? I think they are. Hive Master, that's pretty bad for us if we don't find the green. We don't find the green, but Testament Bearer can try to grab it if they don't have Ossification in the opener here. We just trade into Hive Master on blocks. Alright, just take 1 from Lookout, it looks like. Really considering sending in the Hive Master. I gotta think this one out. It is game 3, they do have a lot of time to think. They are gonna send in Hive Master. We'll trade the Bearer in here, find our green source. Ah, Drown. That feels bad. But could have been on the bottom of our library as well. Blue source. Blue source. What's going on there? What's that about? Head Cleaver is horrific here. That's a really big deal. We're on Vorak, hold up Whisper. Grab Hunter Maze, there's nothing to proliferate. Seems like our opponent kept kind of a slow opener, so hopefully they just don't draw into more gas here from this point on. We are corrupted, which is pretty bad. But yeah, this might just be game. I feel like the keep was fine here, and our opponent didn't have that much. We just needed that land like a turn earlier. If I hit the green source before land 4, we could have drawn Drown and Ichor instead of the forest, and that probably would have gotten us the W. If I could have picked up Drown and Ichor instead of forest, I just drowned Head Cleaver here, we'd still be uncorrupted. Yeah. Not a lot we can do now, though. Yeah, it just doesn't get there. Oh, that's rough. Really borderline keep again. I think that was about the only choice. I guess I could have taken Drown and Ichor over the forest, but we didn't know if we were going to hit another forest soon, and if I did that and then didn't hit a forest, sure, I kill Head Cleaver, but then we've got really big issues. Like, Head Cleaver was... I don't think Head Cleaver was on the board at that point. So we didn't even know about it, that we needed to drown. Guess I could double block. Yeah. Could go Canker Bloom, Double Block, Head Cleaver, Sack, Kill, Lookout, and Whisper the Head Cleaver. That way we kill Lookout and Head Cleaver potentially. Or I could just naturally double block it and not kill Lookout yet. 3 damage in the sky each turn. We've still got a chance here. If I can hit my flyer. Yeah, just go for double blocks on Head Cleaver here. Doesn't really have an attack now without another spell from our opponent. They're on a 1-card hand, and whatever they just top decked. Send in the flyers, take 3. Yep. Oh, we actually just really wish we put the spider in here to block Lookout. Over the Stalker would be way better in this hand. That's the other thing. So the 2 major decisions here were the mulligan. I don't think we could have kept the Drown and Iker without guaranteeing the green source. And we hadn't seen the Head Cleaver yet, I'm pretty sure. Or the Scourge. We definitely hadn't seen the Scourge. Okay, well, at least we get to say with confidence that I would have lost this game no matter what, because you just can't beat a White Sun's Twilight. Even if we had a great aggressive start here, they have enough blockers to just trade off long enough to wait till 7 mana, then they'd blow up the board and get 5 mites, so this was going to be the losing round regardless. We can stop feeling super bad for ourselves. Yeah. Strangely enough, that makes me feel a lot better. I mean, I guess the fact that I just play a million creatures here does really punish them for just running that out instead of holding it. But again, we can't deal with the flyers, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, now these mites are basically useless now that I just dropped all this down. Probably have to go Cankerbloom on Lookout here, so we only take 2 a turn now. But other than that, we're passing. I could still turn this around, be really, really difficult, but... Okay, never mind, maybe. Maybe. Maybe it just worked out well that we dirtled around and didn't get a great start to this game, because otherwise they would not have slammed down this Twilight if my board state looked like this. So... we might have gotten a better chance of actually getting something done by not getting anything done early. Because yeah, otherwise they just always have that in hand. For if I get in the lead. Yeah, all I have to do is find a way to kill Bonepicker Scourge now. I can cycle the Hunter Maze. Play an indestructible blocking Drivnod. 4, 5, 6, 7. I have the mana to make an indestructible blocking Drivnod. Doesn't matter too much, because I'm at 3 poison, they've got all these. I do need to start attacking. Drivnod does attack. Probably play Drivnod, hold up Whisper, rather than go for Hunter Maze here. We gotta start trying to outrace them. I think I need to hold like 3 blockers up. If I hold 3 blockers up, block 3 of the mites, take 4 poison total, go to 7. But then we kill 3 mites, which puts them off quite a bit. So I think I can attack with my 3/3s and Whisper the Head Cleaver if they block. And if they don't, we Drivnod. Okay, well, Whisper. Boop! The only reason not to do that would be to sit here and wait for Whisper number 2 as an out for the Scourge, but that feels wrong. We can try to outrace them now. They have 1 blocker, and it's Bonepicker Scourge. They're going to keep attacking us with it, but then we hit for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We kill them in 2 attacks. If they draw nothing, but they have a draw pits to draw another card. We actually have a shot here if our opponent does not draw well. If opponent just hits lands, we somehow win this game. Probably pretty unlikely. If they have sack a creature, destroy Drivnot, I'm going to have to pay 2 life here to keep it on board, and that's going to speed up their clock to where they might outrace me. They probably do outrace me with that, right? Because then I'll have 3 blockers against 5 attackers. 4 of them get in. Or 2 of them get in. This Scourge and a 1/1. I take 3 more. So I go to 6, then take 3. I'm down to 3 life. If this is a blow up Drivnod spell. Still have to do it if it is. Okay, so not anything yet. Just attack with Scourge, put us to 6. Put them to 27. Again, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 on the crackback. But then they have 5 1/1s to hit us with, so we can't attack with everything. It's going to be really close. Another head cleaver. Dang, that is hard to block. That is going to significantly reduce our potential attacks. Alright, well, they didn't hit Stone Cold Nothing in the end here. See what we hit. A second Whisper if I had kept it. The 1 out of 20. What have we got? Hunter Maze. Another land. Yikes. We definitely attack with Drivnod. 6 life here, taking 2 in the sky from Scourge. How do I not die to removal? Double block, head cleave. Block, block, take 5. Guess I can only attack with Drivnod, but I'm going to play Stalker for another blocker. Right, and then I go double block, head cleaver, block, block, block. So 3 blocks. Right. 2, 3, 4, go to 2. I don't think we get there. I can't believe Reed is just like, you should have taken the 1 in 20 chance of drawing Whisper the Dross number 2. God dang it. I'm back to not loving my position again. I guess I could Whisper a Might, which does let me like attack with 2 things here. Turn them into not lethal out of nowhere. If they try to lethal us here, and then it turns into not lethal out of nowhere, then we crack back for the kill. Right? They're going to go to 16. We'll have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 power on board. 19 power on board. I guess I won't have 19 because I have to lose. I guess I don't. I might have to lose a creature here. Probably won't. It's possible I can find a lethal crackback if they try to get lethal and I ruin it with a Whisper of the Dross. They would need to try to get lethal here and have just drawn a land so that they don't have a follow-up creature. Our opponent had 7th land eventually with Dross Pits for the Twilight. So yeah, we would have super never had a shot here if they held it. So feels good to still be playing this game at the very least. At the very least, we're still in the building, we're still in the room. Not in major contention, but we are in contention. Definitely, I think, behind here. Oh, this... They don't have a follow-up to this if they're just going for the lethal on board and we ruin the lethal on board. Could get there. I mean, it's not lethal on board, but we'd have to lose Stalker to make it not lethal on board. They go to 18. We need to leave 18 power out. And then we need them to not have a follow-up. Okay, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 power on board. If Stalker's gone, though, then it's only 17 power on board, which is not lethal, unless I whisper specifically Scourge instead of a blocker. We can go boop, boop, boop. None of these die. Take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board. Do this so that we take 5 on board. If they play any trick, we respond with Whisper. If they play no tricks, we Whisper the 1/1 so that we have lethal on board. So pass to them. Oh my god. Yup, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. The way that priority during combat works is that once blockers are declared, the active player has priority to use their own combat tricks or instant speed spells, then they pass that priority to the non-active player. In this position, that would be me. Now I knew this, and knew that in a paper game of Magic, what would happen here is that I would declare the block, and then I would ask my opponent, you have priority, do you want to cast any spells? They would say no, and after they had said no, I would be like, well, that means they definitely don't have a combat trick, because if they did, they would have tried to lethal me with it, and now I have priority. I'm going to cast my Whisper of the Dross to either save my 3/1 or stop 1 point of lifelink here, then I would win the game on the crackback. This is what I intended to do and said out loud that I was going to do, but we've got a perks of playing digital Magic moment here that is going to be a fantastic learning moment for us all, but especially me, because I will not forget this for quite some time. What happened here is that because Magic Arena auto-passes for you if you have no instants in your hand or instant speed actions on board, I clicked 4 blockers, and priority within less than 1 second passed back to me, so my opponent skipped right through their priority to play combat tricks. Because it happened in less than 1 second, I did not notice that they had specifically passed priority back to me, choosing not to cast anything, so I thought that the pass button was me saying, alright, you have priority to play tricks, do you want to play any tricks? But it was not. Priority was passed back to me, again, in less than 1 second, with nothing on screen indicating that that had happened, except that the button had changed to pass instead of 4 blocks, so I did not know that my opponent had already chosen not to play any instants, so I clicked the button again, thinking that I was giving them the opportunity to play instants, when really, I was saying that I'm not going to play anything, and so it's combat damage time. In choosing to do this, my opponent will now have the life gain to survive my crackback at 1 life. I could have done the line that I said I was going to do, of using Whisper the Dross on their 1/1 might to save my 3/1, or played Whisper the Dross on their lifelinker so they gained 1 less life. Either play would be lethal, and either play was the play that I had in my head that I intended to play that would have happened in paper Magic. So this is not a case of a game that I'm losing because I misplayed mentally. This is a game that I'm losing because I misplayed digitally with button clicks. And it's, again, not a mistake I'm going to make in the future. You're going to hear Past Gauntlet be a little salty about this in future games, because Past Gauntlet doesn't know what the heck happened, because Past Gauntlet did not look back at the video. So be prepared for a little bit of salt in the coming games about it. But yes, if this were a paper event, at this moment, I would not have any round losses, and I would have an additional win and we should have won this game 3. Again, huge learning moment, so please, please, please be very, very careful in instances like this. On Arena, sometimes priority is going to get passed to you instantaneously to where you can miss it. You just slow down and really think, why does it say pass and not say 4 blockers? And that is something I'm going to do in the future because, again, very memorable moment for me that will haunt me for days and weeks to come. Let's get back to the gameplay. No tricks. So I should have just whispered Scourge there. They probably have a follow-up. They don't have a follow-up creature? No! Oh my god. I was trying to just pass priority to them to see if they had a trick, and then they just didn't, so we could have just shot a... They're 18, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 power on board? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, am I going to lose because I tried to play around them having a trick there? Oh, Jesus Christ. We've got outs. Still. Can hit Maze Skull Bomb. That's kind of it. Maze's Mantle and Maze Skull Bomb. Necrosquito. We still have outs here. I guess we give Drivnod Indestructible. Oh, that feels so bad. Should have just went for it there. Okay. Here we go. I swear to, I swear to God that I thought the way that priority works is I declare the block, then I click OK, then they get to say no tricks, then I get to say, okay, if no tricks, then whisper that creature. That's why I clicked there. I thought that's how the game worked. And I lost because that's not how it works. I just thought, oh my god, that sucks so much. I thought I had an opportunity to pass priority to them, say, do you want to play any combat tricks? They say no, then I get priority and I get to be like, well, then I'll play combat tricks. Right? Because they get priority first on the play. I guess I just don't know how that works. Because that's... Oh, god dang it. That's so... Oh, I'm tilted now. I'm going to have to take a break before the final round. We had no business getting this close. All right. 4-1. Here we are in round 6 on the play with a super keepable opener. We don't have the green source, we need to find it, but we know that we're ratting on turn 1, and as soon as we hit the green source, we have some super good plays. So, oops. In this format, I think we keep this. Keep a lot more like risky openers than usual so that we have early game action. I guess it's not super keepable, I shouldn't have said that, but a keepable opener. There's a Hex Gold Halberd from our opponent. Any land here would have been beautiful. Although I guess the Hive Master was the draw instead of the land, so... Specifically for us would have been beautiful. Could just drown that, get in, start poisoning them. Seems okay, not incredible, but I'm not doing anything else here. I maybe would rather offer the trade for the rat. If they don't take it, then we just get multiple poison. If they do take it, we save drown for the next threat. Okay, there's the green source, so now we slam down. Could be Vorak to get more mana going, but I think I'd rather get a little toxic here. Drop the Hive Master. Vorak, if we can hit another green source, could lead into double Canker Bloom next turn, which could be strong. But if we just hit like a swamp off Vorak, that's not crazy. We can just Canker Bloom drown if they play something good this turn. Which might be good, but might not matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter against an Archfiend of the Dross. Yep. We may be dead to that. If they can proliferate, keep it alive. This just hits us for 6 a turn. lose 2 life whenever one of our creatures dies. If they lose all the oil counter on this will kill them, but... yeah, I mean, they hit us 4 times with it and we're dead. Probably on Vorak now. Into Skull Bomb. Yeah, we just hit a swamp anyway, so we couldn't have double Canker Bloomed this turn if I Vorak'd last turn. So played out well to play Hive Master before Vorak there. Start getting them poisoned. Tyranax Atrocity, that's pretty gross. Hit us for 10 with a 6 power flyer. If I chump block, I still take 2 instead of 4. There's a Predation. Drown Predation can kill Archfiend, but I'm already down to 10 because of it. So I'm still very behind. If I go for that. Could Drown Atrocity play Cankerbloom and just desperately hope to outrace them? Hit for 6 with 9 power on the board. They'll be 11, we'll have 9 power on board and a Skull Bomb. Potential lethal next turn with Predation and Skull Bomb. I could also Predation the Atrocity and leave the Drown. Then I hit for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They go to 10 life against 9 power plus Skull Bomb. I'm dead to like the 4-5 haste if I don't kill the Archfiend, but if I do kill the Archfiend here, I lose Predation and Drown. And then I'm just getting hit by a 4-4 next turn anyway, because I don't have great blocks. I think I try to race here. Kill this Atrocity. I guess if I kill it with Predation, I can't play Cankerbloom, so I have to go Drown Cankerbloom and then have Predation for next turn. Alright, and I don't actually die to them playing the Furnace Strider for a 4-5 haste. But I don't win, because I go down to 8 here, and then I can't crack back for lethal, because I am forced into a chump. So, we lose to, like, Furnace Strider, like a big haste creature. They don't have a big haste creature, though. If they just attack with Archfiend and then just play some kind of big blocker, if I hit a green source, I go Skull Bomb Predation and kill them. So that's the plan. Skull Bomb plus Predation. We go Forest, Skull Bomb Predation. That's the hopes and dreams. And if they play just a moderately sized creature, then we don't even need to Skull Bomb. We can just... or we don't even need to Predation. We can just Skull Bomb, maybe. Ravager's a big green creature, so we have to hit Forest, but if we do, we win. Okay, I think I still win through Cultivator, maybe? Not without the Forest. I could still hit the Forest off Skull Bomb here. If I hit Forest off Skull Bomb, we will be attacking with a 6-power Trampler. So that kind of guarantees 6 damage there. Can Predation it, so that's a 7 power. So guarantees 7 damage. They chump there, take 3 more. We're 1 damage off, even if I hit the Forest, because they had double creature and one's very big. Well, Skull Bomb Predation can still find a kill on the Archfiend if we hit the Forest, so I think it's still our only line here. Punished hard for the Hunter's Maze. Well, Archfiend turn 4 is really hard for our deck to beat. We don't have any singular pieces of removal that can kill it. Again, I could switch to blue for Dose. That is the only thing in the entire sealed pool that would work. The Dose and Immobilizer. Nothing in white works, nothing in red works. Nothing in green or black works 1-for-1 except maybe Vraska's Fall if we're tremendously lucky and they have nothing else on board, so if they don't start the game with Cultivator into it. The only thing they really played was Archfiend Ravager in terms of scary stuff. Other than that, I mean, Halberds, these are like good cards on curve, but they didn't play a lot of spells overall. Yeah, maybe this is a Vraska's Fall matchup. Maze's Mantle would be good too. Make something 6 power. Also fine. Probably do it over like draw Skull Bomb. That feels like it's going to be too slow here. So we go Vraska's Fall over draw Skull Bomb, call it a deck. Cross our fingers, hope not to run into Archfiend of the Dross again. I didn't even click. Okay, I guess I'm going first. I mean, that's what I would have wanted anyway. But I literally, like, you didn't even hear my mouse click or anything. I know my mouse doesn't double click because I've tested it several times, but sometimes Arena just, like, acts like it does? I don't know. I hope I didn't lose last round to a double click, because again, I really feel like the way priority works is that I can declare the block, then the player whose turn it is has priority to choose if they want to play a combat trick, and then if they say, I will pass without playing a combat trick, then I get priority to cast my own before we go to damage. I think I should have had the opportunity to go damage there. It might have just double-clicked last game. I mean, I'll check again at the end, but that would be really brutal if Arena just double-clicked me out of the win. Anyways, this is a keep. But yeah, that was another really weird... That's super sus. I literally didn't click. And it kept this hand. Alright, Skull Bomb. Pass the turn. Stalker seems solid against their deck. I don't think we saw any of the, like, things that die into another creature. So it just trades off into something. The one thing we don't like Stalker against is the Cinder Slash Ravager, but the odds of them having multiples are pretty low. Could have Hazardous Blast in there, I suppose. Alright, send in the Stalker, probably Vorak here to curve out. That's 2 poison. We can corrupt them with Drown and Ichor whenever we need to kill something, so I don't feel a need to proliferate with Vorak. We'll just hit a land for value. Yep, grab the second Swamp for Drivnod possibilities. There's their own Vorak. We can drown that to hit them for 6 and put another poison counter on them while still playing Siphoner for the turn. Feels like the largest chance that we lose this game is if they have Ravager in hand. If they don't, this is a really, really good curve. If they have Ravager or Archfiend, we probably lose because those cards are just incredible. But if not, we've got a really, really good start here. And even if they have Archfiend, they do not have double black unless they play Swamp this turn. I guess Seed Core can cast it. Hexgold Halberd is the play for a 2/2. Can block the Stalker, but they take 4 from the rest of the board. I could just Skull Bomb the Stalker. That would be fine, but I think I'd rather just play a Drivnod and have Drivnod Skull Bomb up next turn. Send in the squad. Trade Stalker for the 2/2. Drop Drivnod. Drivnod Skull Bomb for lethal next turn. That is the other bit of value I didn't really notice when deck building. Like, the Skull Bomb's mainly like to guarantee that first poison when we need it sometimes. But Drivnod Skull Bomb's kind of legit. It's kind of real. I'm gonna Titanic Growth to save their 2/2. This is more than okay with me. I think I'd honestly rather trade Titanic Growth into my Stalker than the 2/2 into my Stalker. Although getting more creatures off their board is good when they're down this low on life, so it's definitely the better play for them. Keep as many creatures out as possible. So they need like Volt Charge here to kill Drivnod. If they don't, they're probably dead to Skull Bomb on it. Volt Charge or Salvo can do it. We don't have 3 creatures in our grave. If they have Cinder Slash Ravager, they're gonna have to play that, kill Siphoner, and then throw some blocks on Drivnod to survive. But they don't have 6 mana. They don't have an oil counter on any permanent, so they can't even cast the Cinder Slash Ravager. 4/4 Tier Next Atrocity. If I trample Drivnod, it's 11 trampling power. They double block. Take 5. Yeah, they're just dead on board. And if they're not, I can whisper here and they will be. 6, 5. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. We've got a game 3 here. We'll be on the draw for game 3. Other than that, though, again, rolling back in it with the main deck. I do like the Vraska's Fall here. That seems fine, because our worst case scenario is killing their little 2/2. They don't have any mites or anything, and they do have chunky, like, 4/4s. And their bomb to kill. So, alright, heading to game 3. Game 3, pretty excellent keep. We have both colors and several 2-drops. Opponents on the play and kept a 7. Not into that. And Incubation Sac turn 1, very nice card. Gonna give them a lot of blockers over the course of a long game. 4 mana for 3/3s. Branchblight Stalker's gonna start it off. Stalker for Stalker trade here. Sure. Edifice is disgusting. We didn't see that any other round, so no reason to play around that. Looked like the splash was just for exclusively the bomb rare. That's really bad for us. And they've got 2 creatures down to 0. Draw Blightbelly Rat to trade into one of them and Cultivator for the turn. Yeah, that is rough to get just Edifice that hard here. Don't really need the mana that much. Clear the board. We're gonna slowly lose to this Incubation Sac, if nothing else. Yep, there it goes. Hive Master's fine here to trade into a 3/3 and leave behind a creature. But yeah, Incubation Sac, they're just 3 for 1-ing us and drawing more cards in the meantime. I might as well trade on blocks, because if I don't trade here, they're literally just going to tap Sac and then I'll attack it and they'll trade on blocks and I'll just take 3 damage for the same end result. I'm going to try to Growth into Hive Master. They don't get to play another 3/3 this turn, so it's probably not the play. Yep, another 3/3 from the Sac. Play Cultivator and Fall here, so that's what I'll do. So I get them for 2 poison. 1 away from Corrupted for viral spawning. That can get us 2 3/3s off 1 card. Not quite as good as Incubation Sac, but we're trying. We got the spirit. Alright. 3/3, number 3 has hit the board. Land, so we can go Spawning and Siphoner here, I suppose. Obviously, no attacks. Lose pretty hard to Cinder/Ravager. Just gonna be the biggest creature on board and kill our Siphoner. It'll kill our Might too, that doesn't really matter, but just being a 5/5 Vigilance and killing one of our creatures is bad enough. Just killing Siphoner. We also lose pretty hard to Archfiend, just because it's massive. Again, just hoping not to run into those. We haven't played Bloated Contaminator once against them, so if they can avoid Contaminator, hopefully we can avoid their scary cards too. Play all our dorky commons for now. Oh, we did play a Drivnot against them with the Skull Bomb on board, so that was kind of, yeah, that was scary. But hey, that's just like the balancing act. They got to play Archfiend, we got to play Drivnot. But again, like Drivnot's super bad here against Incubation Sac. Although I've got the creatures engraved, so I guess not. I guess Drivnot is indestructible at this point in the game. It's going to Predation the Siphoner, fair enough. Oh, that makes it 4 toughness as well. If they attack, then I just take it so they can crack back and get them corrupted, but they didn't attack. I could like go for the double block there, but would rather guarantee their corruption. So we can Whisper to win combat with our 3/3. Unless they have Titanic Growth. Did seem like they had it before. So I'd play a Whisper, then they'd play a Growth and win the fight anyway. I guess if I send both of these in, they're guaranteed corrupted, and then they just trade Titanic Growth for our 3/3. I just need to not Whisper here. Oh, they're just gonna do that? Alright, that's fine. Is it Fight Spell? It's a Bite Spell. Well, this is nasty then. It is not Titanic Growth, and this plays really well. Is it both? The 2 instants in hand here? I still corrupt them with the Proliferate. Jesus Christ, okay. At least they're out of cards. The board state is exactly even now. Actually, the board state is very, very slightly favored to me. We both have a 3/3, but I have a 3/3 and a 1/2. But they have the first draw. So, time to gamble and see who draws the best. They have less lands in their deck now, though, because they've drawn 7. Although I'm playing 16, so if they're running a full 17, they don't have that many less. Alright, well, they're definitely winning the top deck war for now. Immediately, the removal for our 3/3. See where it goes from here. Yep, now we just start taking 3 a turn. See what we get here. That's significant. Now we are slightly favored again. Lower on life, but a better board state. Because we have 2 3/3s against their 1. X Gold Halberd. They can put that on their 3/3, make it first strike trample if they want to just guarantee good attacks, but I guess it could still double block. Ooh, Canker Bloom. Blow up their 3/3 and they have no blocks for hours? Yeah, their bombs are not anything that Canker Bloom can kill, so don't need to leave it around to try to kill an Archfiend or a Ravager, because it can't kill an Archfiend or a Ravager. So just get our guaranteed great attack in here. Put them to 11 and 5 poison counters. See what they get off the top now. There is their first land draw of the top deck war. We still have not drawn a land in the top deck war. Bloated Contaminator is our draw here. Favored on board already, and now dropping a Contaminator as well. When they are at 7 poison. See what they get here. Hoth, Fire of Resistance is their draw. They can -3 to do 2 damage to one of my creatures, which isn't going to help. They can +2 to get a mountain. If they do that, they have a mountain in hand, but we attack with everybody. They block there, take lethal. Hoth is not enough. They're dead on board. Hoth normally would be a phenomenal draw in the top deck war, but still leaves them dead on board. And we're going to find a 5th victory in this qualifier weekend. Just hit straight gas at the start, didn't hit the land in the top deck war until the final turn where we already found lethal. Incredible, incredible favored game of roulette for us at the end of that game. We won the slot machine, the roulette wheel, whatever you want to call it, that game turned into in the last few turns. We're now 5-1, guaranteed to be getting a ton of gems no matter what. Yep, we're now 5-1, getting 10,000 gems no matter what, and heading into round number 7. Here we are in round 7. We don't have a turn to play here, but we can use Skull Bomb to try to just turn that into another land, just get another land draw, or another draw in general. We've got really good 3-drops and a solid 4. Close to a mulligan here again. A lot of the hands have been. Definitely risk either way. Opponent just snap kept their 7-card hand though. And if they just have a 1-2-3 curve on the play, this hand's going to be pretty bad because we got to do some setup. Unless we just immediately top deck 2-drops and stuff, so I think I will take the mulligan here, but just barely. Okay, this 6-card hand's probably better. We have Whisper if they play a 1-drop, and then we have Contaminator and Spawning as our action, and it's a 3-card opening hand, or a 3-land opening hand, so it shouldn't be super prone to flooding out or getting mana screwed. Again, 2 land openers are like perfect in this format, but 3 landers are not bad. 5 or more is pretty bad, and 1s are super questionable. You have to debate pretty hard there. Okay, can't play a 3-drop here anyway, so I might as well just, I think, shoot the Convert. Keep them off of a 4-mana play next turn. Let them keep 1 point of life here, so that Cultivator can, like, get us extra mana later. Not that we're going to have anything really expensive in our hand, but we could potentially want to play a 3-drop and a 1-drop, or a 3-drop and a 2-drop on turn 4 or something like that. They're going to Anoint the Cultivator. See, or just pulls Anoint out of their hand, and now they can't use Anoint on Contaminator. If they use Anoint that openly, do I just Spawning? They're stuck on 2 mana. If they use it that freely, they probably have more removal. And Spawning's still big enough if they don't play a 3-drop to attack into almost anything they play. It only hits for 1 less damage. Do miss out on a lot of points of damage over the course of the game, though, if they don't immediately kill Contaminator. I don't know. I'm going to go for Spawning, though. I don't think they throw out Anoint that quickly if they don't have more removal. Yeah, so they could have Annex Sentry'd the Contaminator. Annex Sentrying a token is really nasty, but I think annexing the Contaminator would be even worse for us. Now do I drop this? I think so, because the other option is Vorak, which just doesn't even attack in against the Sentry. At this point, we don't really have a choice. Other plays are significantly worse. So we know they're all gas here. They were stuck on 2 lands last turn, so everything in their hand is non-land. Unless they top-decked another land in a row. Skitterling's the play. Card is not crazy until we are corrupted, so not really worried about that. Do I need to play Cankerbloom? No, they're tapped out. So I don't need to play it right now. Probably go Vorak. If I hit a land, then I play another card. If I don't, then maybe poison them a bit? Yep, we'll poison them a bit because no blocks here. Yeah, Cankerbloom would be great if they had something under the Annex Sentry, but they don't, so it's kind of whatever here. Alright, Vorak, do we hit a land? We do. Probably take a land, play the Rat. Or play the Cankerbloom. I like Rat a little better, because it gives us value when it dies, and Cankerbloom can't really attack in either. So since neither of them can send in, play the one that's a little better on the current board state. I don't really care about a 3-2 body versus a 2-2 body, and I like the Rat's Death Trigger. Cankerbloom will be better for us later. If they play more enchantment-based removal, we can save Contaminator, or more artifact-based removal. Alright, another Anoint. Premium removal in their sealed pool. Double Anoint and Annex Sentry. Not a great time for us. The fact that it's all exiled as well, so we have nothing in grave, is really rough for Drivnod. Double block Rat to kill it. Vorak just bounces off, so there's no reason to attack. Yeah, Drivnod, here you go. Hello. Kind of attacks fine on this board, but I expect them to play just anything with at least 2 power, and then Drivnod does not attack well. They play almost any creature that is castable for 3 or less mana, and then Drivnod's not attacking. They play like an Edifice or something. You can blow that up with Cankerbloom and still get Drivnod attacks in. Ambulatory Edifice, the artifact creature, for 3 mana. Annihilating Glare, kill Drivnod, okay. Guess they just did not have any creatures to drop out. We might have to just Cankerbloom Sentry and start hitting them for 5 a turn. Doesn't feel incredible, but it's the only way that we stay proactive here and do something. Yeah, best we got, I think. They've got 3 cards in their hand. We have basically 0. Okay, draw a card off Complete Devotion. That's fine. Just cycle that. Still 3 cards to 0. Same difference. They're down to 11. Oh, almost past the turn when I corrupted them for viral spawning. Completely forgot we even had that engraved. That's very helpful. Okay, Mere Convert is not super good on this board. They trade Convert for Rat, they take 6. They have no trades if I just send in the 3/3s of chumps. Unless they have another Complete Devotion, then they can draw a card and make a trade. Alright, they're down to 5. Just a 2-1 to their name. Multiple non-land cards in hand, though. I have no idea what our opponents are having in their hand, because it feels like most games are ending with our opponent with multiple non-land cards in hand. Maybe they have a Kaya. If they have a Kaya, I think we lose. They go to 3 to cast Kaya off of Mere Convert, but they exile Vorak, get a 1/1 copy of it. We put them to 2 when we attack with Rat plus 3/3. They have White Sun's Twilight, they just win. They just slam dunk it immediately. White Sun's Twilight or Wander. Okay, they might win off Kaya, but we could still maybe kill them.
I can't stand by when evil
We know we can hit them for 2. If I hit any removal, including Whisper of the Dross, we can clear out their 1/1 that they get from the minus ability. And just kill them on the crackback. So we're just trying to hit any removal here. Any removal in the book, any of our combat tricks kill them as well. Probably have about 10 outs. Vorak is not one of them. Exile another creature next turn. God. Yeah, we have Whisper of the Dross, Maze Skull Bomb, Drown and Ichor. It's an enchantment? No. Predation, Maze's Mantle. We have 6. We had 6 outs here, and we still have 6 to find lethal next turn, because they have to chump. And they do the same thing, but this time they'll have 2 blockers against 2 attackers. If they play an additional creature, we're screwed. Or if they plus. It's also not the greatest, but then they don't get another blocker. Alright, let's... Vorak first, because their blocks aren't going to change, they're just forced into this. We might actually hit Kaya, so they can't exile another card. But then they gain more life. Well, Drown and Ichor was the literal top card, I think. Unless this is the top. I don't know which half was the top of our deck. Yeah, hit Kaya to 2. But then they can just draw 2 cards anyway. I don't think we hit Kaya. I think we put them to 1. Probably just poison them here. So they'll be at 1 life, 6 poison. Like, even if we hit Kaya so they can't exile one of their creatures, they still draw 2 cards or drain us for 3 life. Doesn't feel supreme. So Kaya's going to get them a Vorak. They have 2 blockers to our 2 attackers again. This time Convert can trade into Rat though. But if they don't have another creature here, they are still dead on board to 6 outs in our deck as removal spells and combat tricks. I guess the Maze's Mantle no longer kills them. We have 5 things that'll kill them here. The Skull Bomb still very much does. Okay, they do have a follow-up creature, but they have to sack a creature for it. So we still kill them with all of the listed outs. Siphoner doesn't quite get there, but we can start going for a poison kill. Rat proliferates when it dies. Siphoner poisons them every turn. They're already at 6. That'll put them to 7 next turn. Problem is that they get to +2 Kaya, so they're not at risk of dying to combat damage anymore. And then they can just exile the Siphoner soon. Oh, Jesus. This is going to be a really, really sad loss if we don't find the kill in the end. We do have a lot of Proliferate in our deck, of course. Whisper of the Dross, Lightbelly Rat, Drown and Ichor, Canker Bloom. Those are all still in the deck. Yep, they go up to 4 life now. We have to be on the poison train, most likely. Play a green source, we just hit a creature. Probably gonna put them to the 7th poison. If I hit Kaya, they can't minus an exile or flyer. But if they minus an exile or flyer, then Kaya's dead at least. If I just hit Kaya here, Kaya's down to 2, and then Kaya just +2s again, and yeah, we're not getting anywhere. If I'm hitting Kaya, I think I need to get closer to finding a Proliferate poison win. 7th poison counter and another creature. Pass the turn. If they don't deal with Siphoner this turn, they go to an 8th poison, which is a 9th with Blight Belly Rat, so any proliferate card kills them. If they don't deal with Siphoner or find a blocker this turn, they probably have to just sacrifice Kaya to steal our Siphoner to play it safe. Then we need to find 2 proliferate cards. They're going to choose to draw 2, let us scry 1, digging 4 and out for the Siphoner. It's a Necrosquito. I'm going to put that on the bottom here. Because again, they have that life drain, so I'm not actually trying to kill them with flying damage. I'm trying to kill them with poison. So scry the bottom, dig for more proliferation. Or poison. Nimrazer Paladin picks up anything from their grave. Do they have a cheap enough flyer to play? 3 mana or less? They have Annex Sentry, go to 1 life, deal with Siphoner. 1... oh, they have the land too. God. Yep. Cankerbloom would be pretty big here. Do we still have the Skull Bomb as well? Yeah, we have the Skull Bomb to bring that back. Land is obviously horrific. But there are still a good chunk of lands in here. We are going to hit them at some point. I should probably chump attacked with Blight Belly Rat, just to make sure they can't exile it and not get proliferated. Because they could just sack Kai to exile the rat now. They're in more than enough of a lead to not worry about keeping Kai on board. Oh man, I guess I just take the Blight Belly Rat chump then, if they're gonna offer that. Take the proliferate there. Drain me for 3, we're down to 9. Loaded Contaminator of their own. They've got a Contaminator and a Kaya in there. Maybe Skull Bomb's too late. That would have been lethal. Like 4 draw steps in a row, but not now. Die pretty hard on the crackback. How much mana are our outs here? I don't even think we have any outs. We have to proliferate twice, and none of our cards proliferate twice off 1 card. I guess Drown and Iker is pretty good. That's a 2 mana out. Blow up the Annex Sentry, put them to 9 poison if I can live another turn. Just trying to see if I should give +3/+3 trample here. I'm gonna make a 6/6. No, they'll have plenty of blocks. I think I just cycle this and hold all the mana up just in case. Whatever I hit is like really expensive. Yeah, that does not do it. That's the second win condition that would have killed them like 3 or 4 turns in a row. But does pretty much nothing now. Alright. Super dead on board. But I think I still play it out. Do our best here. That's so rough. Had this one in the bag until Kaya, which just is pretty much unbeatable if it resolves. It is Phyrexia, all will be one sealed, baby. This is what I was expecting pretty much every round to be like, to be honest, because that's what all the practice rounds were like. Just mega bomb cards like the Kaya and the Twilight. I'm still really, really salty about last round's loss. but I'll get into it more at the end of this. But I 100% would have won that game in paper. I think it genuinely double-clicked because I'm supposed to be able to say combat damage, or not say combat damage, say I declare these blocks, and then after declaring these blocks, I'm supposed to be able to cast something of my own at the very least, but Arena gave me 0 opportunities. Like, I literally said, okay, these are the blocks, and then it immediately went to damage. I was trying to just say, this is how I block, and then I'm going to cast a spell. But maybe I am the problem. Maybe I double-clicked. But that would still be something that would never happen in Paper Magic. I'm like, okay, I'll declare these blocks, and then I will cast this. I would just have to look up the rules of who has priority first. If I had priority first, then I would have to use my trick immediately. If they had priority first, I could wait until they say no tricks, and then I do my priority. I thought it was active player first. It might be me first. If it's me first, then I guess I could have just not went for the block anyway and just cast my spell. I'm still so mad about that. Because I 100% intended to cast Whisper there as soon as I had priority after declaring that these were my blocks. But I guess I clicked one too many times. Generally thought that I just clicked once. 9 life? Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's exactsies. Okay, Kaya gets a fat W, as she does, and we move into game 2. We obviously don't have removal for Kaya because she has hexproof anyway. We just need to curve out and stay aggressive, and this deck's pretty good at doing that. So we are going to run it back. We're not going to play our Edict effect that makes them sack a card, because the Might will just eat it up, especially when they have like Crawling Chorus and stuff in their deck. Just get back in there. So we are on the play here. I have a Skull Bomb I can try to cycle away, and if I hit a swamp, the hand's beautiful. But if I can't find a swamp, I'm doing nothing much till I find 2 more lands. I have to draw 2 lands and find them quickly on a 1-lander. I think I have to mulligan the 1-lander here. Alright, and this is very reasonable. Cultivator makes it practically a 3-lander. We go Cultivator into Cankerbloom into Vorak, or into Rat Vorak. Drop the second swamp, and go for it. Got a viral spawning in hand, so I think I start with Blightbelly Rat this game. Get a poison on them with that, proliferate with Vorak. Get our opponent corrupted as quickly as possible, rather than hit them a little harder. Turn 2, our opponent is going to anoint the rat, and that is pretty good. Stops the toxic beginning of the game. We will tap out for Vorak here. Dig for another land. If we get a forest, play another cultivator. Find a Hunter Maze. That's awkward, but it's better than the swamp because we don't have a 1-mana black card. So play that out and pass the turn. Opponent drops a swamp. They've got 3 lands on board now. They are going to cast a Bilious Skull Dweller. Pretty ridiculous card. 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch Toxic can be super annoying. Having the Cultivators against it is nice. Can only play 1 card this turn unless I Vorak into another land, so I think we're going for that again. Vorak for Skull Dweller is not a horrific trade. It's going to likely trade up into something at some point anyway. Otherwise, it's going to hold off my blocks forever. Right? Like, sure, it's not going to attack into Cultivators, but it's going to stop me from ever attacking them. I think we are supposed to be offering the Vorak trade here. Trade is taken. Yeah, the alternative is to sit here and wait for Whisper of the Dross for a long time. So here's Vorak. Just never going to hit the correct land off the Vorak, unfortunately. Not that another Cultivator impacts our board too much, but would have gotten another point of damage in there. Obviously, it's way better than not playing another card. Alright, so we've still got a great target for Whisper of the Dross if we hit it. No Whisper of the Dross, we've got 5 mana now. Vorak trade for Bearer is still fine. They do get to go up a card here, though. 1, 2, 5 mana, could be 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could run out all 3 of these cards if I use Cultivator for mana here, so I suppose I will. Vorak trades for Bearer. Again, I don't think this is a matchup where I can just sit here and wait for my Whispers to try to break through these cards, because if I sit here and wait forever, I'm just giving them more opportunities to draw into Kaya. The longer the game goes, the farther through their library they get to look for their unbeatable Planeswalker. So here's Cankerbloom. Here's another Cultivator. And here is a Viral spawning. We pass the turn from there. Just trying to curve out, play as many creatures as possible, stay as aggressive as possible here. Maze Skullbomb is not horrific. We get to cycle this out to draw another card and get some extra damage in this turn. Kind of okay with anything but the Beast trading into Shepherd. So I kind of want to Skullbomb up the Beast because we're trying to corrupt them for Viral spawning. So we drop Skullbomb, pay 3 mana, buff the Beast, draw a card, hit another land, attack with the 6/6 Beast and the 3/2 Cankerbloom, trade a Cankerbloom into Shepherd or hit them for 9 and 1 poison. We're going to hit them for 9 and a poison. And we'll pass the turn. We've got these Cultivators to block their Phyrexian Mites all day long. Our opponent's at 11 life and 1 poison with 1 blocker on board, just a Basilica Shepherd, but they have 5 more cards in their hand. So opponent plays Dross Pits, which is land number 6 for them. If they have a Kaya in hand, we kind of just scoop, because they are 1 mana away. But they're down to 11, so we can try to be really aggressive here. Do everything we can to hit them as hard as possible before that hits the board if they have it. So cycle our Hunter Maze and see what we get here. Another Viral spawning could be good. Send in our 3 power creatures again. I guess they get to kill this toxic creature, but they lose Shepherd. Probably just attack with everybody because they have nothing else to do with the Cultivators. If they kill a Cultivator here, they take 4, 5, 6, 7. Got an instant here, though. Still going to send all in, though. It's most likely a combat trick to kill a 3/3 and save Shepherd. Could be Anoint with Affliction, number 2. We know they have at least 2 in the deck. They're going to go for the trade for Cankerbloom. Any response? Yeah, this makes no sense to me. Why I didn't get an opportunity to cast Whisper of the Dross. They declared their block. I get to choose if I want to do something. Now they get to choose if they want to do something before damage is dealt. Maybe I didn't have a black source up somehow. I'm almost certain I had a black... I don't know. Sorry to keep making a thing out of it, but I'll have to look back on it in the edit. This is obviously a huge tournament with a lot on the line, and the play that I thought of in my head and spoke out loud that I wanted to do and was going to do was 100% a legal play, I think, and would have won the game. But I guess a double click happened. So it's gonna keep popping up in my head for like a week, all the way till we play more competitive Magic in the Arena Open. I mean, they're dead on board. They have to have a trick here. I have literally no other option but to just try this. If they have 1 removal spell, we're still in a good spot because we still toxic them here. Oh yeah, so we get to play 2 viral spawnings. They play Kaya, they're still dead, so I'm actually going to hold this in case they have White Sun's Twilight as well. I don't think there's any combination of cards where they survive this board state outside of White Sun's Twilight, so I'll play around it. We are 1-1 in round number 6. Again, perfectly happy with the deck. Check out the battlefield again, see if there's anything new to worry about, but a bunch of the same stuff. Skull Dweller is a new card to worry about. But our -1/-1's great there. I think they played Testament Bearer game 1. But again, -1/-1's great there. We are cool with this deck. Here we are now in game 3 of round 6 with a turn 2 Stalker, turn 3 Vorak, Mantle later, and a Drivnod later. We are going to keep this hand. Our opponent snap kept real fast, so a little worried about what they could have here. They start off with a 1-drop like Crawling Chorus and could just be game. That is also just part of Phyrexia, all will be 1, but we'll do our best here. See what we can do with this hand. Alright, draws pits to start it off. Don't have to worry about a Crawling Chorus starting things off, being really good against our Stalker. They have Plains into Mirror Convert to ramp up. Whisper of the Dross versus Stalker. I'll let them ramp up for now, but we're definitely going to kill this later in the game before they have 7 mana for Kaya. They want to ramp into mid-range cards, I think it's okay. It's their endgame we're super worried about. Land number 3, and they're going to play the 4-mana Indoctrination Attendant. They're going to pick anything up or just leave a 3/4 on the board. They'll pick up a land here, so they must not have a Kaya if they're picking up a land and just trying to spread the board state wide. Offer a Whisper the Dross for Attendant trade here. I don't love it. I don't love it. If I could get the Attendant out of the way, be good for spawning and stuff later. We do kind of want to fill our graveyard as well for our viral spawning. Or not our viral spawning, our Drivnod in the late game. feel like I'm probably just on Vorak and pass for now. We've got pretty good blocks. Just whispering the convert here, though, feels good, but because they're going to be playing real slow if we kill that, but they'll still have an attendant on board, and this 1-1 hitting us. Yeah, I think I have to Vorak, so I have blockers for the 1-1. Try to keep them from corrupting us. Well, I wonder what we take. Good to get 4 lands out of the way here. That's actually pretty profitable there to have 3 swamps on the bottom. Okay, so they have potential 4 mana again. Send in the attendant. We get hit really, really hard by Complete Devotion, so we're just going to take that rather than double block. Now a Hive Master is the play. Contaminator of our own. We can play Contaminator and Whisper. Whisper lets Vorak win against Hive Master. Maze's Mantle doesn't win the combat, but Whisper does. Their deck has a lot of decent, cheap removal, so I'm not in love with just running out Contaminator. Or Spawning, because they have like Annex Sentry. But if I don't run out Contaminator, then we are running out Spawning, I think. Spawning and Whisper over Mantle and Whisper. I don't know, we could attack with Vorak and go Mantle Whisper here. If they don't block, though, I hit them for 3, and then I have no good blocks again for the little toxic things. Actually just going to be full defense here. Drop Whisper. On this Convert, slow them down quite a bit. Two creatures that could end up in our grave. Contaminator ends up in grave instead of exile. That's pretty good for Drivnod. I'm going to go Spawning, though. Because, again, they have that cheap removal. A lot of it is exile. We do not want Contaminator to get hit by one of their 2-mana exile spells. They're just going to pass through the turn. Blockers assembled. One mana away from playing Contaminator and holding up Mantle for it. So do I just Drivnod? Let Drivnod kind of get exiled here? Or do I just go for a Maze's Mantle? If I go for the Maze's Mantle, I obviously don't have it for Contaminator later. I don't really have attacks without Mantle, though, so we might be chilling. I don't want to chill too long against their deck, though. Yeah, just slam out a Drivnod that's not looking the greatest. Drop it out for fun. Should hopefully draw removal at worst. Pretty bad against all their 3 toughness, or 3 power stuff right now. But it can help Contaminator get through with the shields down. 5 mana from our opponent. 2 land draws away from Kaya, because we know they haven't hit a land every turn, and now I have Mantle plus Contaminator. If they had removal, they would have killed Drivnod. I'm pretty confident. Although Anoint can't target Drivnod. That might be the issue here. They could have Anoint. Likely would have gone for that as well. I'm so tempted to go for a Maze's Mantle. Play. And just play a Contaminator with no protection on it. Because we've got to break through before they get to Kaya mana. This 3/4 is just a big deal. I don't know, I'll go Contaminator pass. Next turn I'm going to start attacking, no matter what happens. Now if they have Anoint, they immediately cast it on Contaminator and I Mantle in response. And if they don't, then next turn I can attack with everybody and know I can mantle wherever I need it, because I don't need to protect things with mantle. Right, like if they pass back to us and all of our creatures are still on board, they just don't have removal, period. They would need to top deck it. If they don't try to exile Contaminator right now, they probably don't have Anoint at all in their hand at least, so no instant speed removal. Now they might have a Kaya in hand, but they have to choose between sacking Dross Pits to find removal or keeping the lands and hoping to draw more, because we know they're on 5. We're pretty sure they skipped a land drop at least one turn. Maybe not, because they did do the Attendant play. That might be why they're down a land here. Yeah, it could be. They could still have lands in hand. But yeah, I think that's probably the big debate in their head here, is something about, like, do I need to dig for answers to the current board state? Or try to keep the land, the Dross Pits here, to make it easier to make it all the way to 7. Okay, so they're going to try to Anoint Contaminator. If they have 2 Anoints, they've got it. Okay, counter the Anoint. And pass the turn. Okay, so it might have just been a debate about anointing there. Into Open Maze's Mantle mana. There's land number 6. It's definitely scary. Get to play a Necrosquito pre-combat here. There's nothing Cankerbloom's going to do during this combat anyway. Not enough creatures in grave for Drivnod. Send in Contaminator, they double block to kill it. If they have +2/+2 trick, we only kill one of their creatures. Kind of feels like I have to attack all here. Trade Drivnod down, but get a good amount of damage in by doing so. And Necrosquito gets bigger. And if they're trying to stack up a double block kind of trick sort of thing on Contaminator, they just take 1,000,000 mana from Drivnod. Or 1,000,000 mana, 1,000,000 damage. Take infinite. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on board. Please don't just have 1,000,000 removal spells. They have 1,000,000 removal spells. And they're exile removal. Necrosquito gets a bit bigger, a little bit bigger here. Kills them in 2 attacks. They've used 2 Anoints already. They die to 2 hits from this. If they don't have removal left, Necrosquito is the win con, and they only have 1 blocker. Feels kind of like Kaya or bust for our opponent. But removal does help them a lot, because our 3 power creatures can't attack super well into Attendant. And still break through for 6. Alright, Cultivator's the draw. 6 in the sky, 6 on the ground if they have no response. I think I attack with everybody. It's lethal on board if they don't have a 3rd instant speed removal spell. We only saw 2 Anoints in the other rounds. Oh, God. It's absurd. Yeah, I mean, we have to go for lethal on board there. Obviously looks bad now, but there's no way this was not the play. Still put them to 6. Well, pretty great run overall. 5 wins is incredible. And I will look back on it in the editing, but it is possible I should have had 6 wins at least. We would have been 6-1 if we won the round against the White Suns Twilight deck. And then we'd be heading into the final boss now instead of leaving the event, so that would be really unfortunate if I did have the untapped mana for the Whisper and just Arena double-clicked or I double-clicked or something like that, so I'll probably go back and check that and discuss that a little bit if it happened. But overall, really good run here. 5 wins. This deck was pretty good, very synergistic. Not the bombiest thing ever. Drivenod played a lot better than I thought it would, but it was often just, trading down into 3 toughness things, which is where it is pretty bad. But again, we just needed something top end, and it filled that pretty well. Was great with the Maze Skull Bomb. I'm overall really happy with how I built and played today. There were some play errors that I think were kind of bad, but losing the round against White Suns Twilight, I wouldn't count that as a play error because the way, I guess I'll look back on it. If I didn't have a black up, then it was, but the way that priority is supposed to work is once blockers are declared, the active player has priority. They choose if they want to do a combat trick. Once they've done everything they want to do, the non-active player, that would be me in that circumstance, gets to choose my own combat tricks and removal spells. So the way Magic is supposed to work, if I don't accidentally double-click on the digital client, is I can declare that block. That makes it so it's not lethal on board, so my opponent now has an opportunity to use combat tricks. So if they had a combat trick like Complete Devotion in their hand, the idea was they would use that trick, I'd respond with my own to kill whatever they're using the Complete Devotion on if they use it on a 1 toughness creature. And then if they don't have a trick, they still just say, I have no tricks, I'll pass priority to you, and then I still play Whisper of the Dross. That's how it's supposed to work, but I guess I double-clicked or something. Again, I'll look back on it there. So, overall, super great run here. Grabbing 5 wins, 2 losses is rough, especially the loss against the White Suns Twilight and the loss against the Kaya. Definitely happens, but I think I did a pretty solid job at gameplay-wise and deck building-wise. Not really unhappy with almost any of my decisions. Definitely not unhappy with how I built the deck. I think this is the best build. Played very well overall. Just made a few gameplay errors, and the one just like misclick that took us from 5-2 to 6-1. That is always a devastating part about playing online, is that kind of thing doesn't happen in Paper Magic. I said out loud exactly what the play was, and so in Paper Magic I could just say that play out loud and Whisper of the Dross the blocker and be at 6-1 and have an opportunity to make it to day 2, but it happens. Just a really sad way to be knocked out of contention there. So 5-2, again, much more sad about the loss to not being able to cast my Whisper of the Dross than the loss against Kaya. That's going to happen. Opponent had a great deck. They managed to defend themselves well enough to make it to that 7 mana to drop Kaya multiple games. So they definitely they earned those wins there, but losing when I had a castable Whisper of the Dross that I should have been able to do, but I guess double-clicked that one. That's the one that hurts a lot, where I should be 6-1 heading into potential day 2 contention right now. But again, 10,000 gems, all in all. I'm going to be thinking about that Whisper of the Dross game for another week now, all the way till the Arena Open next weekend. But at that point, we'll have more competitive games of Phyrexia All Will Be One Limited. We'll have videos out for day 1 and day 2 of the Arena Open pretty much no matter what, unless it takes like 6 tries to day 2, but that seems unlikely. So yeah, we'll have more competitive Magic in the near future, and then I can finally wash the horrible Whisper of the Dross moment from my mind. So again, super happy with the deck. Think I played pretty solidly today. Can't be too unhappy there, grabbing 10,000 gems out of the Qualifier Weekend. That's going to be a huge amount of gems in the account. So we'll take it, grab our prize, move on with our lives, and try to forgive and forget the Whisper of the Dross moment. Well, that is going to end today's video. If you enjoyed the video and you'd like to see more, just stick around on the channel. You can like, comment, and subscribe to tell the YouTube algorithm to send you some more of these videos. Again, we have the Phyrexia All Will Be One Limited Arena Open next weekend. If you want to see me play more very competitive Limited, I also do daily videos, mostly of more draft events. So stay tuned for that if you're interested. You can also check out the Twitch channel in the link in the description below, where I did a bunch of extra traditional seals of the format, practicing for the Qualifier Weekend. Got some pretty sweet runs there, also got demolished by some bombs there too. And if you want to support the channel directly, you can check out the Patreon link in the description below, as those that you see on screen have themselves. So, as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again soon for some more Magic Arena.